Hello, everybody! Hello, my dear and loyal subjects. How are we all doing on this? Oh my goodness, that was just my MP3 player.
Man.
I'm trying to play the music. How are we all doing on this most fine day? On this most beautiful,
I feel like this is going to be a real contrast for people, because I'm sure everyone's just like, oh my god, everyone's dead, this is so traumatizing, Ruby tried to kill herself, Little got stomped on, and you're just like, have you heard of my Lord and Savior, Roman Torchwick?
Okay, hold on, there we go.
Earlier today,
hello everyone.
We were having lunch, and I was eating a sandwich, and I looked up across the table at Cal, and Cal was just looking at her phone, smiling. And I'm like, what are you smiling at your phone at? And she just tilts the phone towards me. And it's just a photo of Roman.
How's the
from
audio? Are you guys
episode.
Okay? Is it like too loud or too soft?
She's just staring at a photo of Roman. Just smiling.
Cal, Ruby died. No one is happy for you? No one is happy but me. I'd say. I'm the only one who is happy.
Everyone has been saying to me today, like, how my arm is, how my shoulder is. Even before I made a comment about it, they were like, oh, Hunter's gonna get punched a lot in this episode.
But yeah, is the audio okay, guys? We have to check.
I did.
We have to check the audio. It's fine. Alright. Good. I like that. Alright.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hold on. Hello, everyone. The rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated. A lot of people think after this episode I was going to be upset, but actually, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care that Neo stepped on Little. I don't care that the cat bored her. I don't care. I don't care because
the cat
one day,
bored her. Neo bored the cat.
For just one day,
Neo bored the cat.
Everything I want, and that is enough. So I'm very happy. I know everyone else is depressed, but I'm probably the happiest person in the RWBY fandom at the moment.
Eddie Rivas messaged you being like, I hope you like what we did with Neo.
No, that wasn't him.
Oh, that was Aaron?
Yeah, that was Aaron.
Aaron was like, I really hope Cal likes what we've done. Like, people were concerned.
No. Eddie said he was watching our reaction.
Okay,
he was about to
that's
go
what it
into
was.
it.
I think people were, like, concerned. Especially with how last volume opened with your, like, Neo rant.
Yes, last episode.
I was concerned. I think we all were concerned that you might, for lack of a better term, go off on one.
Right. What was your reaction to the thumbnail? I mean, yeah, so that's... Oh my god, why am I coughing again?
I think that's why. Because we were planning to pop one of the party
that was
poppers.
the thing. That was the only thing that went wrong today, but that's not RWBY's fault.
That's Crunchyroll.
That's Crunchyroll's fault.
And Crunchyroll
people in RWBY said that they gave a different thumbnail and a different description to make sure to put a trigger warning. It sounds like. And so it sounds like that Crunchyroll actually messed up here and put the wrong thumbnail. And they changed it, I guess. But I still can't believe that was the thumbnail. So we, had a reaction to seeing Roman in the thumbnail, but we weren't recording. And I guess we were so caught up, we didn't even pop the party popper.
That we were planning on popping. So, which raises the question, do we pop the party popper now, or do we save one of these for Fox?
I I think that we should just save it, honestly. For something else. I don't know what exactly. Maybe if we see Vacuo.
I have some loose confetti. Do you want to throw in these? Okay.
But yeah,
which is a shame because this would have been perfect.
Yeah, the thumbnail got worse, by the way. Like, it is worse now.
Yeah, it's more spoilery because, like, I think people expected Roman. I don't think people expected the other people that
the thumbnail is fixed now. Is it fixed now? Because it was Penny, Pyrrha, and Lionheart last time I saw. So apparently, RWBY did put the suicide warning, and they also put a different thumbnail. But yeah, did they fix the thumbnail again, or is it still Pyrrha? But yeah. So,
they fucked it up.
But that's not RWBY's fault. But yeah, and so, I guess to recap for the people that are now coming in, I am not sad. I'm actually probably the happiest person alive at the moment.
You've been floating all day. You were just like vapor.
I will never be this happy again. This episode is all I ever wanted. I don't care that Neo ate the cat. Like, I do care, but, like, it doesn't make me sad.
Do you know what I mean? Like, that RWBY killed herself.
Even if Neo died at this point, I'd be like, it was worth it. It was so worth it. Everything in this episode was wonderful. Like, not wonderful as in what happened, but it was executed so amazingly, and everything was there, and it was awesome. Like, it was just an awesome, awe-inspiring episode, and I will never forget it, and I will never be the same.
You're just like, this is your Bumblebee. Like, you're way for, like, the next 3 days. I started reading way more Bumblebee fanfiction. I was, like, rewatching that scene over and over again. This is, like, your Bumblebee. You're just happy. You're ascended. You made it to the tree.
I don't care. If Neo,
I don't know if
Neo stays in the ever after, it's okay. Everything was worth it now. Like, I am finally at peace. Like, no, I'm not in denial. I'm being serious. I love this episode so much that I can't, like, I'm so happy. Like, you know what I mean? I guess just saying it over and over again kind of sounds like I've been taken hostage, but I'm, like, you guys have to believe Hunter if you don't believe me. Like,
floating all day. I've just caught her. I've just caught you, like just smiling
there
at
is
nothing.
Nothing in my life
just
that
like
will
warm
ever
and good.
make me feel better than this did. I don't think. I may have kids one day, I may get married, but my wedding day itself will not compare
when I close my eyes and make love to my spouse.
A cultural renaissance.
I will imagine it as Roman. When I get married, I will close my eyes and I will imagine it as Roman.
Exactly. Like, you guys don't understand. Like, I am not in denial. I am truly,
when I give birth, I will close my eyes and imagine their little red-headed babies.
How could anyone be happy after this episode? It's just me.
It's just Cal.
I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know if you've noticed this. Cal's a little strange. Arnold can deal.
I'm built different than the rest of you, I guess. But yeah, you guys, if you didn't see our reaction, and like, and you're not a patron yet, I would highly recommend that you go check out our reaction. Like, especially because, like, it's already April, you'll only have to pledge for 1 month, and whatnot. So, like, I think that, like, this is the time when it is worth it, because you guys are not prepared for how you're not prepared. However you think that I reacted, you're wrong. Like, you know, you're wrong. Like, you whatever you think happened, unless you saw the Heathers meme that I posted on Twitter.
Which is really, like, that's the essence of how you felt in that moment. Just real elation, like this achieving of this nirvana.
As they said in Heathers, you hope, you wish, you pray, and you get your way! And I got my way! So I'm very happy.
Anyways, would you like to start with the episode now?
I know.
Now that we're done talking
I'm talking to the chat, though. I'm just looking. I became a patron 2 weeks ago, and I haven't regretted it. I've seen it, and it's totally worth it. Thank you, guys. Yes, I did open my third eye.
They're both more.
Yes. Okay. So, also, for some reason, like, the capture... Okay. So here's the other thing I found out. I found out that I could put the entire video into Photoshop and get it to take the screenshots for me. Like, we are so efficient now. Like, it's so...
Yeah.
So now I didn't even have to take the screenshots manually. It did it.
Except we did have to, or I had to write the entire, like, transcribe the entire episode, because we can't do the thing tomorrow because Easter. But, like, yeah, so really not the most efficient thing in the world. You feel me?
Yeah, but let's talk about this. So RWBY runs into the woods. She has a little cry. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't like how it's zooming out and zooming back in, but I'm not sure why. Like, I'm not sure what is causing it to do that, and I don't like it. So, unfortunate. Oh, well. Is it just going slower? Is that what it is?
Perhaps.
I guess. Anyway, strange. It looks like whatever pictures we haven't seen yet for some reason. Anyway. Yeah, I don't like how it's zooming in real far. But yeah, so Little says...
RWBY's just run away from everyone.
Like, why did you shout at everyone like that? And in my reaction, I was like, that's called being angry. But, like, RWBY asked where she is, which kind of is making it sound like that she, like, low-key disassociated for a little bit. Like, you know what I mean? Just the way that she's like, yeah, this is really annoying. Hold on. I'm gonna try to fix it. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it looking like that.
Oh, man. Little was so cute there, like, with their little ears, their little...
Yeah, why is it full and then not full? But yeah, I can't live like this, so just give us a second, guys, because I don't like the bump out effect. Maybe I can put them all in a slideshow or something?
Perhaps.
The music is a bit loud. Oh dear. Okay.
Well,
we haven't started our discussion yet, so...
Little
we'll
so wonder. Can I really hope that Little comes back in some capacity, because... But also, like, what if Little forgets everybody?
Uh-oh. That may have been a mistake. I just opened all of them.
I love how you started with this, with, like, look at my big brain move, and my wisdom, and I used Photoshop, and I animated the process, right? And now it's like, oh, fuck, okay, oh dear.
I'm like, how do I slideshow this? Why are we talking about Little in the past tense? Because he's dead!
Because Little got stomped on, poor baby.
Or, sorry, they're dead. Very important.
And I love Little, and I really hope they come back. This was one thing I will say about this episode, is that so much shit happened all at once. Like, Roman comes back, Penny and Kira and everyone comes back. God, who else? The cat gets Vored, RWBY kills herself, Little gets stomped on. Like, I freaked out. Like, in the reaction, I like jump up on my seat. I'm so frightened when that happens. But it's almost like if there was just one episode where nothing else crazy happened, guys. And it was just Little, I think I would be in, like, tears. But because I'm almost desensitized from, like, how mental this episode was, I'm not that... I couldn't cry about it.
Yes, we will talk about Little, because I did notice that Little also fell with RWBY, but yeah, okay.
Little's okay.
So let's all just go back, I guess, because, you know, we tried to start the discussion and then it broke. But yeah, I don't know why the picture thing is happening, and I can't fix it, so sorry, we'll just have to deal with it, even though I fucking hate it. But yeah, okay. Yeah, see, I don't understand. It's slow, and then sometimes it's not slow anymore. Okay, so then Little says, like, RWBY, why did you yell at everyone like that? We already talked about the fact, like, oh, that's called being angry. But yeah, so speaking of RWBY, back to RWBY. Yeah, she asked where she is. And I feel like that's, like, disassociation moment. Like, you know what I mean? That she just sort of ran off and she doesn't really remember. Like, she's so angry that, I don't know, like, she shut down a little bit. And so I think that's very interesting.
I also like how, like, confident Little is that they can save the day.
Yeah. Like, I mean, Little has kind of like a power of friendship thing going on later in the episode.
Okay, I can guide us back.
But yeah, so it's okay, I can guide us back. You shouldn't run off, though. You all need to stick together if you want to go home. And then, like, then last week somebody was like, even the mouse couldn't, like, couldn't escape this. Like, even the mouse caught a few, strays. And I'm like, yeah, like, Little actually, like, especially, like, the make-believe friend thing, I realized that, like, I really wanted Little to be like, was I just a make-believe friend to you? But Little's still too optimistic to say that, right?
Little just believes in RWBY so much. They believe in all of us.
But yeah, but I think that we'll talk about Little and RWBY both falling into the tree later. But yeah, and so in terms of like RWBY here, like her being like, why are you still here? Like, I feel like that she's like trying to push everybody away on purpose. Like, I don't think she's actually mad at Little, but she's more so like
mad at everyone.
Yeah,
she's lashing out, really.
And she's also like, why are you sticking with me? I'm awful. Like, I feel like that's sort of, it's self-deprecating.
I'm awful and you're a mouse.
Yeah.
Look! Like, Little's like, I love you this much.
And he's like, they're like, oh, I promised. And so, like, oh, what I promised? And she's like, well, I promised that I would save Atlas, that I'd keep people safe, that I'd be there for my friends, but it didn't happen, right? Little's like, but we can go back.
Oh, Little.
And so, yeah, that's when RWBY says no, I think, and she scratches the tree. I think it's Little's, like, faith in her, I think, that bothers her, too. Like, the fact that Little kept faith while no one else did. Like, maybe it reminds her of how she used to be a little bit. And so she's, like, rejecting that, like, how optimistic Little is, because it reminds her of herself. You know, that sort of vibe. But, yeah. Yeah, she was disassociating during the fight, too. Yeah, that's what I think.
It wasn't her on her best, on her A game.
Yeah.
You know? It almost seemed like she didn't want to fight her friends either, so she was almost evading more.
Well, we're talking about the Jabberwocky.
I guess that's true. Oh, yeah,
we're talking about last episode.
But even later on, she's out of it. Also, Baby holds their little tail to soothe themselves.
But yeah, like, what's fucked up here is, like, RWBY was right. Like, because Little did stay with her and did end up dead, which is pretty fucked up. And, like, RWBY wasn't even wrong, which I think is the fucked up part. You know what I mean? Like, usually when a character says that in a show, it's like, no, you won't. Like, you're wrong. Like, you won't, you know, like how, like, I can't think of anything off the top of my head right now. Like, in
You'll be in danger
Hunchback, like, the musical, they say, like, Quasimodo says, like, I'll only make things worse, and the gargoyles, like, say, no, you don't believe that, and he's like, how do you know what I believe? And then he goes into Made of Stone. But, like, the whole point of that song is, even though Quasimodo's rejecting them, in the next number, he does save Esmeralda. Unfortunately, I mean, in the musical version, she dies. In the Disney movie, she lives, right? But I think that's the vibe I'm sort of getting. Like, it's supposed to be, like, you know, you don't believe that, Quasimodo. Like, you can still, like, there's still time to save her. And, like, it's supposed to be proven true. But, like, in this case, it's, like, it's actually proven correct, in a sense. Like, that, well, Little's not dead, like, because they'll ascend. But, like, they got killed, right, because, still, of RWBY. When Blake ran away, that's an example of what you're saying. Is it? I can't remember. When Blake ran away.
Oh, in volume 3?
But, like, what was the line? Like, what was the... I guess it was that, like, Blake thought that she would make things worse, but
that
then...
they didn't need her anymore?
But, like, that they didn't need her anymore, but they actually did. Yeah. Okay, now I remember. But, yeah. And so I thought that was just very interesting because,
baby!
Like, RWBY says that, but it's actually true. In a way.
Baby. Oh, baby.
And I feel, like, so bad for, like, Little and how, like, she, like, scares them. But, like, they're pretty brave, though, because they're like, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm gonna follow her anyway. And so
I like to imagine
that
Little's just like, oh, RWBY won't be able to do anything without me, so Little follows.
Yeah.
RWBY from a distance.
But yeah, what I really like about this scene is that we don't hear RWBY's inner thoughts, so it's kind of left for us to imagine maybe what she's going through.
What we should make? You remember those, like, Humane Society ads where they have that in the arms of an
my
angel?
God.
That, but for $5 a day,
You too can help Ruby Rose.
You can stop Little from getting squished.
Oh, man.
Every day, more and more adorable mouse.
Here's my revised butterfly theory, okay?
Oh, God.
I think the blue one is the cat and the yellow one is the blacksmith.
Okay, but you made fun of me in the past for being like, oh, you think it's the cat.
Well,
it, like, represents
but that was before I thought that it was... That was before I thought that they were people, though, because then I moved on to think that they were John. I do think it is, actually.
so literal, though. Like, what if it's just like a motif?
I don't think it is. I think that the cat is able to change forms.
Okay.
In a sense. And so I think the yellow one is the blacksmith, and then the blue one is the cat.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
That's what I think, because the cat went to see them, too, when they fell into the thingy. Right? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that that's what it's supposed to be, basically. It's not the cat. Are you serious? No, but it is the cat. Because when they were at the Red Prince's castle, the butterfly came down, and then we saw the cat. So I think that the butterfly is the cat lurking about. I think that that's supposed to be the implication. Because that's what Hunter thought when they first saw the butterfly. Mm-hmm. You were like, oh, it's the same color. And I was kind of like, that's a little
I think it's John.
But now, seeing it glow like that, I do believe that it's the cat.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think the blue one is the cat and the yellow one is the blacksmith. And that's why they were at odds with each other. Like, that's why he was biting the yellow one, because they don't like each other, it seems.
Perhaps.
But yes. Cal, if you go on another butterfly tangent, I'm not going to go on a tangent. I'm just saying that I think it's odd. Because the cat appeared after we saw the butterfly the first time, and now the cat appears again. So I think it's either a motif, like it's either what Hunter is saying, a metaphor, or it is just literal, right? I don't know.
Kamari Davis says, what if Little ascends and turns into a human? I would love that. If they had big, like, they were like a little faunus, and they had big, like, mouse ears. Because
it wants to be human, but that would mean that there are humans in this world now. They're not supposed to. Human-looking, maybe. Maybe human-looking.
Maybe human-looking, but not
Cal
totally
hasn't been wrong much of this volume. Yes, I would like to say, okay, so I can't believe this happened, but also, I guess we should talk about Ruby being sad. Because, like, I guess Ruby's just, she's having a breakdown as she's walking. I like that we didn't get her monologuing. We just sort of see her sad. What's weird about this, though, is that, like, so this is the bridge, and then this is the other bridge, like the party bridge.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm a little confused at what that was supposed to mean exactly. Like, did Neo take stuff from the party acre and use it to, or is it supposed to be that she went over both bridges? Like, she went back to the swamp acre and she went all the way back, like she walked that far. I think that's it, actually.
Sure. Unless, I mean, it is dark, so it's hard to tell, but that could be like the beautification of
you mean the connecting?
Yes.
Like, those are the connecting bridges?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So that could be, because if you kind of look at it, it looks like it's split down the middle.
It's hard to, it's really hard to see.
So it looks like there's almost like a different one, and then...
It's like how there was the light and the darkness bridge, but this is just the paper and the darkness bridge.
Or it was like the rickety drawbridge going into the proper Crimson Acre.
So I would like to say, I don't know if we made a formal, like, theory on this. We probably didn't, because it was a couple weeks ago. But I retweeted it, so you can go check the receipts, okay? So a couple of weeks ago, I had a dream that Neo led Ruby...
I had a dream.
Hold on. That Neo led Ruby to a haunted house. And in the haunted house, we would go through the rooms and see different stuff of Roman holiday. And even though that wasn't entirely correct, the fact that there was a house, and it was the vanilla house, which is what I said, like a Neo house, and it had stuff from Roman holiday in it, I think that that's kind of insane, actually, because there was no indication that Neo would have had a house, you know?
Yes.
At all. So, I can't believe that out of everything that we predicted, because we also made this, like, oh, they'll go into the Punderstorm, and we made this big Episode 8 prediction, which still had some stuff right, but it wasn't completely right. But the dream I had about the Haunted Mansion from fucking Kingdom Hearts, that was the thing. Like, you guys should literally see our reaction. At the beginning of our reaction, I'm like, the fucking house? How the fuck? Like, I was like, I got so damn together.
Yeah, but you were really gifted prophecy. Of all the people that receive prophecies as they sleep in their dreams,
but
this is definitely the most low rent.
I'll just say, okay, I was right about Roman. I was right about Roman holiday.
Yeah.
I was right about.
Was I. We all got that.
I was right about the house. I was right about the Billy Kismet timeline, like in terms of him still voice acting Roman. So I would just like, I don't know, apologies or something. There were some people that were like, no, we're not gonna see Roman, get over it already, he's dead, like in the comment section. And I was like, well,
that's silly.
I said that, I never said he was alive, I just said that maybe we'd see him, right?
Which
but
is
people
different.
were very hostile to the idea that we would see Roman. Like, some people were really like, I don't know why even, but some people were really mad about it, I guess. Maybe they just don't like him, I don't know. But yeah, and so, like, I'm just like, if you doubted me, I think I deserve payment for your doubts at this point. Okay.
I will accept your penance.
I will accept your cash payment to our Patreon.
In cash or
very
debit.
Soon. Exactly.
Coffee, Kofi.
Cash, debit, credit, Kofi, Patreon.
Gold bars, blackmail.
Yes.
We don't accept Bitcoin.
But yeah, and so I can't, like, I'm kind of shaken by this because, like, this isn't exactly how it looked in my dream, but it did kind of give this
Someone just posted,
effect.
Sorry, people doubted you, queen.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. You guys always joke about the gift of prophecy thing, but I'm like, I don't know, man.
You're like, I have the gift of prophecy.
Yeah, a little bit.
This is no longer a joke. I can see it.
Exactly. See, you can actually see in the screenshots where we went back to confirm the house was real. Oh, man.
Oh, and then bam!
All right.
I think when this happened is when you properly shit yourself for the first time.
Oh, yeah. So, like, we have to psychoanalyze these, like, in detail. Like, this is what is making this a 7-hour live stream, okay?
Oh, man.
So, we don't have, unless I have been gotten back to. I'm sorry, Queen. Thank you. Thank you guys for the super chat.
Oh, my God!
Thank you, Salami Rose, for the super chat, and Roxas for the super chat.
They understand it.
Oh, man.
They understand it.
That
Sorry,
killed
Queen.
me. That took me out. Just, like, looking over and seeing. Oh, my God. Just looking over and seeing the super chat. Oh, man. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna see if Ruby's gotten back to us. They have not. Okay. This is what I've been waiting for, everyone. So we do have a high-res version of this, so I'm gonna focus on this one first. Actually, no, I lied. I'll do all of them. I'll do them in order, actually. Okay. Okay.
There we go.
So let's talk about this. This is the one where we get high-res, and this is the one that most looks like the cover of Roman Holiday.
It's so weird because, like, when you look at how they're holding her...
So this is giving, like, I don't know...
Possessively.
Yes. I don't know if you guys have seen Six the Musical, or, like, a bootleg, or a slime tutorial of Six. But there's a song one of the girls has about, like, and it sounds like the only thing you want to do is me. Like, it's supposed to be a sexy song. But it's basically talking about, like, when you look at the lyrics, it's about how all of these, because this was in, it's basically, if you guys don't know, Six is a historical retelling of all of the wives of Henry
got another
the Eighth. Thank you, Demons Liberation.
I don't know if I doubted you,
well.
but just to cover my ass, yeah, that's a good thing you should do.
Oh, man, thank you guys all for the super chats. But, okay, so Six, the historical retelling of Henry the Eighth, or is it?
Eighth.
Yeah, his wives, right? And so the person that has this song, I can't remember which character it is, but they're basically, like, they're singing about how sexy they are and how, like, their milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard. But, like, when you look at the lyrics, you kind of get the vibe that, like, it's adult men preying on her in this, not Victorian, but, like, old, whatever era it was.
Not King Edward, it would be King Henryan?
Henryan society. Like,
medieval?
Right?
I don't know. Not medieval.
So if you look at the, if you look at a performance of this song, basically, Hunter, may I touch you?
Yeah,
go ahead. Do you want to tap in?
What tap in?
Tap in is like something we do in class. So like if we're touching each other, like in kind of like a away. We tap in first and then we tap out, so we know it's not real.
Sure, go at it.
No.
Okay.
We have to tap in,
like
so that's our tap in.
Okay.
So like basically all of the girls come up like this and grab her body like in the song, and that's how it like.
Don't hover hand me, Cal. Grab my tits. Let's do this.
I guess I could have done it on myself, but like, you know what I mean? So in the song, they all grab like her body at the very end. So the reason why I'm talking about this is obviously it's a different situation because like that was supposed to, I guess, show something like possessive in a sexual way, like how the girl felt.
The woman is Catherine Howard.
Yes.
The song is based off.
However, like the idea of that possession is something that when I saw the painting, that's the first thing I thought of was in 6 when they all touch her, right? And so looking at this, like it's very clear that they're treating her as an object.
Yeah,
like, you see the dad's hand here.
Right?
You see the shoulder hand here.
Like I understand like maybe one hand, but the fact that they both have both of their hands, it's like unnerving.
Yeah. And so like it's that
Very
same sort of
possessive.
6 possession where they're touching her, but they're not embracing her.
It's a shame.
They're not loving toward her.
It's a shame
right?
her mom isn't wearing her pin.
Oh,
from Lady
you mean
Beats Academy?
Well, she's in a formal dress, so I'm assuming that's why she wouldn't be. But yeah, and so I think too what's interesting, first of all, they made Neo's hair kind of curly. Thank you. Whoever did that, I got a message from Aaron, and I'm sure that they were just kidding, but they were like, it was for you, Cal. It was all for you, and I'm sure that's not actually true. But like, yeah, I kind of feel like it was for me because like, her hair wasn't that poofy on the cover of Roman Holiday. Like, it was, but it also wasn't. So to see her, she's so cute. And just look at her, like, she's so cute, but it's also depressed. Oh, we gotta tap out, right? We didn't tap out. Anyway. Yeah. And so, yeah, she's basically being held captive, in a sense, right? And so, like, you can see, too, how, like, boring the dress is. And, like, this is exactly how I imagined the dress. Like, I know that sounds kind of weird, but, like, this is exactly how I just imagined
Looks
their
very
life.
like Wednesday Addams.
Yeah,
Except
and that's not who
new,
Neo is.
Not cool new Wednesday Addams, but old school Wednesday Addams.
So, some of you guys may also be wondering about why the portrait has the 2 brown eyes. If you didn't read Roman Holiday.
It's explained in, yeah.
Basically, as somebody in the chat has already mentioned, the portrait was painted to get rid of Neo's pink eye. She talks about in the book how her parents are, like, ashamed of the fact that she can't speak and her eyes are mismatched and all of these imperfections about her. So, if you haven't read Roman Holiday, you may think that the pink eye is something that she added on later, but that's actually not true. It's that her parents painted it and covered up her eye to be brown in the portrait. And they talk about that in the book. And that's something that, like, Roman looks at the portrait and is like, something's not right here. And then she turns it back to how it was before they painted over it, basically, right? Wednesday has lovely parents. You are right. You are right. But yeah, it feels like, even though it's not the same, like, it does feel like that they just see her as an object, right? Like something to be possessed, not a child to be loved. Now, we do not have the high-res version of this picture yet. However, I find this so interesting. Like, this has such good composition. Hopefully we will get the fulls. I didn't message, I pled loudly.
I pled. I begged on the street. I waited outside their apartments.
Does Neo's mom have silver eyes? No, they're blue. But yeah, and so I pled Aaron, who is the artistic director. That's Aaron with an E, not Aaron as in the animator Aaron, who we keep talking about, which is Aaron with an A. I did tag Aaron, so hopefully she'll release the paint. Like, do you guys know the history of Japan thing where it's like, open the country, stop having it be closed? I'm like, open the painting. Like, stop having them.
Give me
the painting. Yeah. So, I do wonder, like, I would really be interested to know how people deconstruct this information if they did not read the book.
That would be
because
fascinating.
we read the book, and so
we already know everything that's going on here.
Yeah. But for those who have not read the book, if we're helping, I guess. But yeah, I would like to see how somebody who did not read the book in a vacuum, you know who would be good for this? Probably Ghost. No, I mean, because Arnold knows too much.
Yeah.
Like, I've told Arnold things, right?
Yeah, but they don't pay attention to your info dumping.
Who just got into RWBY recently, not recently, like in the past, I don't know, 6 months or a year or something. And so, like, I don't know what their username is on YouTube, but, like, their name is Ghost. Like, that's what they go by. I think it's Ghost X6, but don't quote me on that. So I'm presuming that they have not read the book just because I haven't heard their thoughts on it. Like, I think that they may be someone who has only watched the show, I don't know what the end of that sentence was, that they've only seen the show. So maybe I think that they would be a good candidate for this scientific study of how people deconstruct Neo's backstory without reading the novels. But somebody may have to let me know about that. However, for the people that did not read the story, we should still talk about this.
So that outfit that she's wearing there, is that kind of reminiscent to the outfit she wears in Volume 3, where she's undercover?
Yeah, it's the pigtails, right?
The pigtail.
So I would say that, like, that version of Neo that we saw is kind of like, you know, a precursor, if that makes sense. Or not a precursor, that's wrong. This is a precursor to the appearance that she has later. Yeah, so I would say that that is probably the closest that Neo looked like. The only discrepancy is that her hair is black in that outfit and not brown. But that could just be because they didn't know. Like, you know what I mean? They didn't know what they were going to do yet. Yes, thank you guys
that or they're unrelated and they just
for the Ghost Rebel thing. Yeah. I mean, I think, though, Hunter, it would probably be more so that, like, it's... How do I explain this? It's like an even darker version of what she already went through, maybe?
Yeah.
It's not exactly trivia, but it's like the trivia taken to the most extreme, which would be all black, in a sense. But yes, so let's talk about this, though. So, we have all these presents here in different, like, the pink and the brown, which I thought was nice. And there's also some sort of necklace or something.
Yes, there also looks to be a trophy on the other side. There.
This?
Yeah, that
looked like a lock to me. Or, like, some sort of metronome or something at this angle. It's a music box. You see the ballerina.
Oh,
it's very hard to tell. It's a music box or something, yeah. Because you can kind of see, like, the outline. This is why we need higher res.
Exactly.
But I think that the point of this picture is to show, like, that Neo got everything she wanted, but her parents still ignored her, which is a big part of the book, right? Like, her dad at one point says something like, why do you do these things? We give you everything you want, everything you ask for. But she's like, but I want something for myself. Because basically, without spoiling what happens, she has this internal monologue where she's like, I finally felt, you know, powerful and capable and all of the things that you think that I can't be because of how I am, you know what I mean? Like, her parents think that she's, like, weak or, like, that she needs to be coddled, I think, and also hidden because of her disability. But in terms of the monologue she has after she's achieved all these things that we'll keep vague for the spoiler's sake, I guess. After she's achieved all these things, she finally proves them wrong in a way. Like, she realizes that she is powerful and she is strong and she can, I guess she can be strong. Yeah. And she does have that strength that her parents think that she lacks.
Kill her parents and burn her house down.
But, like, the idea, I guess, being is that, you know, her parents are like, we get you everything you want, but what she really wants is to be treated as capable to, you know,
and to be left alone and
not
respected.
Not autonomy per se, but
to be respected and for them to not want to change her so much. Because I think that's why, and to control her, because that's why she liked Roman so much, because Roman didn't want to change Neo, and Roman didn't try to control Neo.
And so I think this is a really good, like, composition. It's like, you see all the gifts, but it doesn't really matter, because the one thing she wanted was to actually be, I think, oh, why are we so zoomed in here?
Because we need to get
there
a better look.
Yeah, and so, like, I think that it's supposed to be that, like, she didn't even necessarily want her parents' love, I don't think, but just, like, their respect, like, at the bare minimum, their respect, right? And so I think that that's very interesting. I really love the composition of this one, because you see all, like, the different things that she has. And noticeably absent is the stuff that she actually likes, which is the fairy tale books. Like, she says, like, oh, well, yeah, I thought that my parents would never buy me these fairy tale books. That must have come from somewhere else, which it does. And so it's interesting that even though there are other things in this image, like the teddy bear and the necklace and whatever, like, the stuff that she actually likes in the book, which are stories, which are books, like, there are no books there, because her parents didn't think to get her any books, right? Like, her parents didn't actually know what she liked or what she wanted at all. She wanted acceptance? Yeah, like, acceptance, but also, I think that respect is a good word, right? Like, you go through your life treated like that, you're not as capable as everyone else, just because you can't speak, right? And she's trying to prove to them that she is just as capable and maybe even stronger than the average person because of her semblance.
And maybe that's
they reject that,
maybe that's
right?
what Roman is, because Roman sees her as incredibly capable, and that's why he wants to work with her and help her and develop her.
Yeah.
Skills.
Okay, I haven't read the book. Is Neo and Torchwick romantic? So
yes, and not
like
totally in the book.
I would say father figure is not correct.
No, not father.
They're friends at least, but like she kisses him,
very
and there's something.
friends.
There are things that happen this episode. Like, I feel like it's unclear, but to me, I think it is clear.
Yeah,
I think it was romantic. At least Neo saw Roman in a romantic way. Whether or not they were romantic with each other is, like, kind of unclear. But there is part of the book where Roman says that he wants to impress Neo. And it's not like... It kind of is giving, like, teenage boy takes his first girlfriend to a high-class restaurant, like, sort of way. Like,
okay.
You know what I mean? Like, when he takes her to the tea shop. And he's like, yeah, I'm definitely not here because I want to impress her or anything. Like, yeah, you want to impress your friends. But there's sort of a... You know, there's sort of a weird undertone to that.
There's a definite kind of romantic undertone.
Yeah, there's a romantic... I shouldn't say weird. I mean weird if they are
like,
supposed to be siblings. For Roman to be like, I want to impress this girl that I'm flustered by. Like, that's a weird thing. So it makes most sense as romantic. They're playfully romantic.
But the thing is that it's still relatively early in their relationship. Because it's presumed that this is like the first handful of years of what was like a very long time that they were close, like together. So it's implied that that this is where it starts, but it develops like beyond.
And in the book,
the story
it already kind of starts on a high. So I think that they were trying to go for romantic, like queer platonic.
I don't know.
But yeah,
maybe.
So I love the composition of this. I love how her parents are not looking at her.
Which is a shame because I love spice cream. There's someone out there who has like
buy for buy, Hunter.
I'm not a guy. I know.
Hey,
I agree with
Neo
that.
Neo said
I agree
kill
with
for
that.
kill, eye for eye, and as well buy for buy. Okay, that's what I think that those are the lyrics of one thing. I'm pretty sure. You know, that's the lyrics I heard. Kill for kill, eye for eye, and then also buy for buy. So, like, she's bi. Like, okay, I don't wanna...
Okay, is she bi or you bi?
But I'm gonna speak on it, okay?
Imagine yourself as being Neo.
Neo has multiple personas, not personalities. Sure. She has multiple alter egos and multiple personas, but you don't think that she isn't at least a little fruity? Like, if you can accept...
I believe that.
No. But what I'm saying is, if you can accept that you have multiple parts of yourself, I don't know, I feel like you can also accept being attracted to multiple genders or people regardless of gender. You know what I mean?
But yeah, no, I'm not against, like...
But I'm just saying, I think gender fluid bi for bi Neo makes the most sense to me. And I know that some people are gonna say I'm projecting, but I will
absolutely
take no question.
I
it makes
buy
perfect sense to me.
I buy it, but like you two things can be true. That can be believable and you can also be projecting.
Yes. But I think they're both true.
Yes.
You know, at the very least.
I am projecting, but I am onto something here.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I just think here my headcanon for Neo is kind of like demisexual in the sense that she likes people she has an attachment to.
Sure.
But she doesn't care particularly about the gender of that person. You know?
Sure.
That's how I see her personally.
Are we skipping? I guess we'll get a better look of the Roman. Or sorry, Roman.
Because we get this one, and then we also get, there is a third picture that we'll have to talk about later, but we do not see it in this lineup, and it is after Neo seems to find Roman.
This would have been on the whale, correct?
Yeah. So I guess, it's interesting because they're all pictures of Neo's life up to this point.
Yeah,
so I guess it's like
whale.
she was so desperate to avenge Roman. I'm not crying, I'm dying.
I saw someone that was just like, spice cream. I
think it was probably Dev. It was probably Tempest.
Spice cream scraps. I don't think it's likely to happen, but I do like this ship, but it is unlikely to happen.
I just think that Neo is bi. Like, you know? So anyway. And so, yeah, I think that this is supposed to be like, I was so desperate, I went to Cinder. Like, that's like what the storytelling is. She's like, you know, here's me with my parents, here's me when I grew up with my parents, here's me with Roman, the biggest picture, the best picture, here's after Roman died, and then here's how desperate I got to come over to Cinder. And I'm like, look how fluffy they made her hair, Hunter. They did that for me. And I love Neo, like, stepping on the platform and just, like, the composition of it all. Yeah, I know, guys. Like, I'm living the dream right now. I'm living the dream.
The Spice Cream portrait.
Demisexual basically means, like, you only like people when you're already friends with them.
You only have sexual feelings towards people you have strong personal
yeah, like, some people, like, hook up.
You wouldn't just look at a person and be like, this person's sexy. It would be more like, I have to have a kind of deep personal connection with that person.
Yeah, and so I love this portrait because
they're just dead on the floor.
Which is so not funny. What happened in the book, right? They burned down. So I like
die in a fire.
The metaphor of it all. And like, look, there's almost like the spotlight is following Ruby, but it also, like, this is the best painting. It's the biggest painting. Like, oh my god, if they release these as posters, I would buy
every single one of them.
I would, but yeah, and so Ruby is like, what does she say? What is this? And she's just like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, okay, listen, not to be that person, but like, they're not father and daughter, okay?
No,
I wouldn't even
adoration
say that they're friends.
In those eyes.
Like, that's romantic.
They like each other.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I'm just saying, take what you want, I guess. But like, there's more than just friends, I think. You know? I just love them so much. And I think that this is so cool. And I love that it's like their character models instead of being painted, you know? But yeah, like
Well, it does kind of have the painter effect on them. It looks like they're made of canvas.
Well, I think that they're just, there's an effect overlaid on them, but this is their models because they move later. But yeah, I'm like,
it's a shame we didn't get to see like this. It wouldn't have been like classic Neo outfit.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
Because it's the most recent one.
But they have the other one. So this must have been intended.
Which is a shame because I would have really liked that to see like classic.
Yeah, because they have the Neo model with her old outfit. So I think that this is supposed to be kind of a, like, it's not an error. It's like a fuckity wuckity. Like it's not literal. It's still what Roman meant to her. You know.
It's not meant to be literally how she looked at the time.
Yeah, because if they wanted to, they could have used it, because they do have that model, because Neo shows up in Volume 6 wearing that outfit.
That's what Roman looks like back in the original. Like,
but I think it's just supposed to be like that Neo, like, misses him and still loves him now. But yeah, I think it's definitely, like, she loves him. I don't know what he's thinking, but, like, she is in love, and I'm, whoever did this...
Also, the eyes move. I think when the eye moved, I jumped. Like it was a legitimate jump scare.
Well, you can see that you jumped because there's a shadow over like our screenshot because we moved the mouse. I'll have to retake that later because now it's like you can see the mouse in our screenshots.
I see.
But yeah, and so I just love how Ruby's like, and she's ready to fucking fight. Oh, man. Roman's dialogue, too, was so good. Oh, my God. Okay.
Ruby immediately just decides to pick a fight with a portrait.
There we go. Oh, man. Yeah, and so Roman says, been a while. How's the hero biz treating ya? I gotta say, you're not looking too good. I love how he gets up, and I love, like, oh, this is just so good. And I love how he also... kicks Jimmy, which I think is so funny. Like, I love
Jimmy's corpse just lying on his back.
I love how that was such a good, like, in-character moment.
Yes.
Like, I feel like that's exactly something he'd do. And I think, does Neo have a reaction to that?
Is she on a barge? Is she just on a...
I think those are dust crates.
I guess they are dust crates.
Because that's what blew up their house was the dust, right?
This is true. Crazy shit happens in that book. They were bad parents. maybe they don't deserve to get murdered, but certainly bad parents.
But they deserve to get murdered. It's okay. Just like Jacques. Do you think Jacques deserved to get murdered?
Jacques also was like worked with a terrorist, and it ended in the killing of like an entire city.
It's okay. I'm just saying.
He earned it worse than fucking Jimmy and Caramel.
No, they still earned it. I still think Jacques should have died even before he did all that. So maybe that was me.
You hold no love or quarter for deadbeat dads.
No, I guess not. And so yeah, like I like the little character moment of like kicking Jimmy. I thought that was pretty funny.
Someone keep on making the Waynes like Bruce Wayne and
why?
Because they kind of look like Thomas and Martha Wayne,
but
just
they
lying dead on the ground. They were good people, but it is like dead parents' village origin story, which I guess if you didn't read Roman Holiday like us, that would be news to you.
But yeah, like I'm not sure, because Chris and Billy both have lines, but I genuinely cannot tell which ones are which.
I could definitely
I can tell which ones are Billy, but I can't tell which ones are not Billy, if that makes sense. I could tell
it wasn't Gray, but I couldn't tell beyond that.
Because I recognize like Billy from Persona, so, but I couldn't tell, like, which one, like, you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't tell which ones were not Billy. I think that some people were able to figure it out, but yeah. But I really like all of the dialogue. Like, they ate as Roman.
It was good.
It was so good. And I love how he does his little cave thing. He's like, you're not looking so good, right? This is actually, this is like, yeesh, no manners. And after everyone came out to see you. But I thought that was so good.
And bam, drama. Oh,
yes.
You missed it.
Okay.
There it is.
So, this is the other painting. We missed this the first time, but I think that this is very interesting.
You gotta scroll up a bit so you can see the wyvern.
Well, there is no up.
Yeah,
This is as up as we can go right now, but you can see it better in a later shot, but this is after the fall of Beacon, right? Because you can see the wyvern on the school. So I'm assuming what Neo found was like the remnants of the airship, which is so fucked up.
Which is where she got Roman's hat.
This is exactly like my fanfic. But
it is really like your fanfic.
Her back is turned. And, like, her hair looks so curly, and, like, you can't see her face here, like, because she's probably, like, fucking crying. And so, yeah, I think that this is such a good, like, all the painting compositions are so good. But, yeah, so here's the thing. I don't think, still, that the silhouettes behind Neo were, like, these silhouettes.
Because there was like 6 on the outer side, and then there was 3 directly behind her.
Because if you actually look at them,
I think
Lionheart is a little thick, and like there is no thick Lionheart behind. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't quite match up.
Well, because it's all caught in the shadows, so they could have done that, and you just couldn't tell.
But like, if you look back at the silhouettes, it still doesn't quite like. Sure, the one that looks like Clover that people thought was Clover before looks a little like Clover, but like the heights for Penny and Pyrrha aren't exactly right? Like one of the girls has like a side ponytail this way, whereas Pyrrha's is behind her head. So I think that
unless it's her head placement.
These are the shadows. Like, this is what it was referring to, but I think that it was also supposed to double as, like, what we said in our other video, as her parents and Lady Beach and the doctor
I don't think the doctor or Lady Beach are Malachites, but I do think her parents are going to be
I'm just saying, I think it was both. Like, I think it was supposed to represent both. Like, it's the shadows behind Neo, the people that impacted her life, but then it's also... You could have
a very abstract... I think that in a week, we're going to see...
It's also these.
I think in a week, we're going to do that opening.
But even if they're Replace Hunter, that doesn't mean that they were them. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's exactly what it means.
No, I don't think that it does. I think it's just switched out. But
no, I don't think it's switched out.
The only one that looks like their silhouette is the one, I guess, of Ironwood. But, like, none of them look like their silhouette. Clover. I guess, but like Clover's just generic man.
But they're also like in the darkness and they're mushed together.
Maybe.
And I bet you next week they'll illuminate them all. I still think it was supposed to be a metaphor
for both because they fit perfectly
you can view it as a metaphor,
but
I do think that is literally what that is. And I bet you that
I think it's a. Why does it need to be one or the other? Why can't it just be both?
Because then we have butterflies turning into Jean and chaos.
I'm just saying, I think
and
that
dogs
it can be
and
both
cats
things.
living with each other,
Because
brimstone falling from the sky,
quite look right.
mass hysteria.
You know?
I think we will see that.
There's one that looks like Ozpin, but he's like the only one. Like at the end of the line.
And Clover and Ironwood.
Well, no, people thought Ironwood was the one of her dad. They didn't.
Well, that's incorrect.
Yeah. Like
we
people
never
thought Ironwood was the one that was her dad, and so I think they obscured the silhouettes, but like still, I think that they're so perfectly framed. Right? Like how we said, like, oh, it's the Doctor, and then it's Neo, and then it's Lady B.
Because we were pretty, I
I
remember being pretty about it,
No,
you know?
because, it makes sense that you would have two different girls. You would have, Neo on one side, Trivia on the other, right? The people that the dad was associated with versus the mom. I still think, it's a metaphor. Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, it works if you want to view it that way, but I do think come next week, it'll be like with Jean, where they change the Rusted Knight to a photo of Jean.
I don't think that I can, because
and then
we already
I think they will illuminate. I think they will illuminate all of those
illuminate Hunter
silhouettes, and you will put a one-to-one.
I am saying that even if they illuminate the silhouettes, I don't think...
But what if it doesn't change?
I don't think that changes the metaphor. Yes, exactly. It works as a stand-in for both of them.
You could say
Even if it changes the intro to make it have those people behind Neo, that doesn't mean that those were the people. The other issue...
But what if you compare them and it's just like, it's one-to-one?
The other issue I see with that is that it would be very jarring because they don't have models for Jimmy and Caramel.
Unless they do.
But...
I mean, also,
they can't afford to give Ruby new outfits, but they would make a whole model in Maya of Caramel and Jimmy.
They're not. They probably wouldn't be that hard to do it, you know? Because it's also, they don't have to make it the best.
But Hunter, okay. If they can make models for two characters, isn't that the same as making two new outfits for already existing characters?
Well, not really, because they don't have to move at all. You don't have to, really worry about animating them.
But it seems like a big expense for not... So I don't know if the intro will change, but it would be jarring if Neo's parents are the only ones that do not have Maya models.
That would be true. Unless they're all painted in the background.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
How does Neo know that Penny died? She's guessing. There's actually some things...
I do agree with you that it does work as a metaphor. I just think that it'll be in a one-to-one thing.
Well, I don't like one-to-ones. I like a good metaphor, but yeah. I know that their outfits aren't complete. When did Neo meet Lionheart? Well, she was part of the fake team that Cinder had. But yeah, Hunter, just ask if it's one-to-one again. Is the chat daring you? But yeah, I think that it can just be both. It doesn't need to be one or the other. It can just be a metaphor for both, and that's okay.
Yeah, I just don't think that's what it is. But we feel differently.
Because, it would be weird if they gave Jimmy and
I know it would be, but
Caramel Maya models and we never see them in the show. It would be very
Unless
strange.
we do see them later.
But I don't think they'd spoil that next episode. They'd probably change the very last intro, maybe. But yeah, Lionheart was working with Cinder, and then Neo was on the team. So she probably met. Yeah, and I think, Neo's guessing. I saw some really funny memes about, why is Lionheart here? No one invited you. I thought that was funny. I thought that was so funny. People were like, he thinks he's invited. Right? But yeah, I think that Neo would have known who Lionheart is anyway, and heard that he was dead. Right? He doesn't say anything in the episode, which I think is, supposed to be that, Neo didn't really know a lot about him. You know what I mean? They also, Clover doesn't talk either. And so I think that's sort of supposed to be Neo doesn't really know anything, right? They don't need to show their parents in the intro, but, her parents are behind her, so if they stayed in darkness, it would be weird. But yeah. I think, though, I do really like the setup of the dead people. I will say, though, people were kind of wrong because people said that Adam was here. People were kind of saying it was going to be all the dead people.
No.
Right? But it's only the dead people that matter to Ruby. Right?
Or that were her once allies, or that she thought were her allies.
Neo,
never thought that Adam was
Ruby
an ally.
related. People were like, and that one's Adam, and this one's for now, and this one, right? So...
It would be entertaining if when Jean and them show up, that she starts using these guys to screw with them, so maybe Adam shows up again and scares Yang and Blake, or maybe Pura shows up again and fights Jean. You never know. That would be very entertaining.
But yeah, I thought that this was interesting. Like, I do like the use of, like, all the people
it's so
like,
creepy.
That RWBY feels guilty about. Yeah, so we
also,
get the salutations.
I saw
Hello
Aaron the animator was tweeting about Pura, and it was just like, Pura's the only beacon girl with, like, big, beefy arms and a giant ass. Because apparently that's what her model looks like.
Yeah, Neo doesn't actually know who RWBY feels responsible for, which is why Ironwood and Clover are kind of duds.
Which is also amusing
look, Ironwood. Clover's adjusting the pin on his
Yes.
thing.
But also when Penny says salutations and then Pura says hello again, it's a little stilted.
Yeah.
Just so it's
Lionheart does.
It's a little
Lionheart
creepy.
says nothing.
It's a little not how you remember it.
I mean, like, RWBY doesn't know, or I guess Neo doesn't know that Lionheart and Clover don't matter to RWBY. She's just guessing, right? Rip Tuxton.
Or that Ozpin isn't even technically dead.
Yeah.
Because, still kicking, really, in a sense. He's in a teenage
I think she does know about that, though.
I guess she would.
Because she turns Ozpin into Oscar, so I think it's just... Ozpin still died. Even if he reincarnated, he did die, right? But yeah. And so Ozpin says, Miss Rose, why don't you take a seat? Oh, man, I thought this was great. But yeah, Clover's just adjusting his pin. See, so I think it's interesting the ones that don't talk because Neo would have never heard them talk.
Yeah.
Lionheart's VA is in the chapter, but they don't have any lines, so I guess he just grunted or something.
Yeah, unless he grunts when he fights or something.
But yeah, RWBY's voice acting ate this episode, by the way. Like,
also, the laughing is so creepy.
Well, that's probably why. They probably had him laugh. But, they didn't have any lines otherwise. Right? Because, I mean, Neo can imagine generic man laugh. Right?
I'm also
generic
glad that, like, Jin Brown's back with Pura, and it's perfect. It's so perfect. Everything's right in the universe.
I was like, this ate. Like,
this was the part that scared the shit out of me. Like, Roman, I was freaked out by. But when Pura and when all of our favorite redheads return, I crapped myself. I was, like, terrified.
Yeah, ultimately, Neo is guessing. Yeah, she's just
is
guessing.
So fine without his glasses. Is he not wearing his glasses?
No, he is.
Oh, man.
Isn't he? Hold on. Investigate.
Oh, he is, yeah.
Yeah, he is. I guess just when his glasses slide down a little.
For Ironwood X Oz. Yeah, they're also like,
Roman's like
holding on to each other when they're laughing. They're
isn't
so buddy,
real.
buddy.
You're the one following a talking cat around a fairy tale. I love this. This was so good. And like, why? They didn't have to go this hard, but they did. Like, he's so sexy, Hunter. Like, look at him and like how the shadows covering his eyes.
Your boyfriend is in the chat. Don't go calling him sexy
Arnold's
too
in
much.
The chat.
Yes, he is.
Oh,
he's letting
Arnold's like Pura.
You're both thirsting after different redheads, so I guess you have types that aren't each other. Also, this is when all the people like stop laughing, which is creepy as shit. Like super, super nightmarish, unnerving. Awful. I hate it. It's great.
Look at him.
Okay, don't like pop your ovaries here now.
Anyway.
Don't flood the Paper Pleasers village.
I'd give everything. Like, I don't know what I'd give, but I'd give everything. You know? Anyway.
So, if you want to get in Cal's pants, just go to, like, a RTX dressed as a really convincing Roman.
Wait, I love how he's like, reality's getting fuzzier by the minute, kid.
Yeah, that's the moment they stop laughing. It was so creepy. And he has a lot of, like, weird squatting moments. It's very strange and creepy, and I love it, but oh man. Roman is so fine. Everyone's complimenting their boyfriend.
I love this.
How he has his long eyelashes. Big sexy.
He's so big sexy. The only hot man in RWBY has come back to us, honestly.
Okay, well, I mean, I disagree with that, but, you know.
But yeah, I think, like, the fact that Roman's eyes are, like, narrow instead of, like, baby doll probably have something to do with that, as the chat is saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love this. You know, once Neo realized where she was, everything is that when he starts saying that? Maybe. This pose is so good. It's so good. It's so good.
It reminds me, if anybody has watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine, it reminds me of
Neo in the chair is right here, right? So.
Yes. It reminds me when Boyle is dressed up as the the greatest showman and starts walking around with a cane and has very similar vibes if you've ever watched that show. Kind of goofy, kind of silly.
Fox isn't in the show yet, guys. Okay.
Yatsuhashi?
Yeah, he's okay.
Yatsuhashi is more baby than hot.
Yeah, I think. I agree.
Baby.
I don't think Sun is hot. Sorry. I posted a chart of guys that I find hot, and Jean was not included, so.
Sun is attractive. Personality, but, physically he's attractive.
But yeah, I love this. Once Neo realized where she was.
Ren's dad. Sorry.
Everything changed. Always loved the idea of a place to run away from it all. To do whatever you want. I offered that to her back on Remnant. But we all remember how that ended. So yeah, okay. We just need to go by, bit by bit. This is my live stream now. But yeah, I love how they were able to deliver, the core parts of Roman Holiday without actually doing, a full flashback.
Because you get the impression that she was neglected by her parents, then her and Roman, killed them, and then she was devastated. So even if you never read the book or reread the book, in someone's case, you'd still get the gist of things.
Yeah, and I think that, it's... Sorry, my throat's still...
Also, I have to pee, so...
Oh, okay.
Man the fort.
You want to go get some cookies?
I thought the only cookie you needed is currently walking on that.
I guess.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll get it. We'll take turns.
Okay.
We'll take it. When Team RWBY's having that conversation I don't care about, you can keep going. Okay, yeah, so let's talk about Roman, okay? Yeah, so I love how they were able to deliver, the Roman holiday stuff, the important stuff of Roman holiday, right? That, Neo has shitty parents, they neglect her, kind of mistreat her, Roman comes into the picture, everybody's happy, Roman dies, not happy anymore, right? And so I think that, they were able to articulate this well, too, with Roman's lines. Roman's dialogue really gave us everything that we needed, right? Always loved the idea of a place to run away from it. And that's very much Neo's attitude, escapism, for sure. And then also just, the idea, running away in terms of, how she likes fairy tales and how she runs away into the stories, in a sense. Neo escaping into her imagination, I feel that they were really able to hit that home, especially, as the chat saying, Roman stepping out of the painting, right? Basically, stepping out of the picture book, right? Stuff like that. And so I feel that was very well, executed. Again, I don't know how people are gonna take this if they didn't read Roman Holiday, but I feel it's very easy to understand. She always wanted to escape and she always ran away, and so she ran away into fairy tales, into books. But then when Roman came along, she kind of ran away to Roman, right? And so she seems happy, right? About being in the ever after because she realizes that she's in the fairy tale, and that's kind of all she ever wanted was to be in a fairy tale. And I like how Roman explains that. I offered that to her back on Remnant, but we all remember how that ended. And I love, how all of their facial expressions changed from happy to sad, angry at the exact same time. And you can see, Roman's angry eyebrows. Oh, I just thought that was so good. And, how he menacingly, look at this. He's so fine, guys. He's just so fine. And I love how, it hides his eyes. Oh, that was so good. And, how it gets dark and everything. I haven't read Roman Holiday. It made sense to me. Well, that's good. But yeah, I just think that, I always loved the idea of a place to run away from it all. That's such a powerful piece of dialogue. That's so succinct in how they explain it and everything. And I thought that was great. And so Ruby's like, is that seriously what this was all about? You still blame me for what happened at Torchwick? And she's like, I love how, she doesn't apologize because, we sort of had the Punderstorm theory that, RWBY would realize how much Roman meant to Neo and, change her mind. But I in this moment, she actually doesn't change her mind. I kind of like that she's oh, if you're looking for an apology, you wasted your time. That feels, that feels very in character for her at the moment. I feel that's very interesting. And then also, I like how, Yeah, I think as the chat's saying, Ruby took a big old wide shot when she said that and she missed. Yeah, she's like, you should have apologized, bitch. Like, you should have, because it does not go well.
Because they made you, and now you've gone to the tree.
Yeah, like, they made you apologize. So, like, I kind of like that this is, like, not a failure in the sense that I think Ruby is wrong, but, like, she makes the wrong choice, you know?
But then again, like, is Neo one to really forgive and forget? She, like, chased someone across.
Like, even if Ruby said she was sorry,
even if she got on her knees and was crying, pleading for her life, Neo would have still killed her.
But I still think that that's interesting. Like, I still like this, like, oh, you know, she took a shot and she fucking missed. But, like, I like how Ruby misses, right?
I just like that she was feisty to the end. But, like, yeah, Neo wouldn't have taken no for it.
But
Neo's a very vengeful person.
I like Ruby being like, if you think I'm gonna apologize.
Also, little squeaks here, and it's the cutest thing in the world.
It's not that Ruby apologizing would have been the right choice, but I just find it funny how she, like, I don't know, she chooses not to apologize, and they're like, big mistake. Right? Like, and I love all their, like, this is so good. I've already had
Oh my god, evil Penny is so bad. Oh, it's
Why
so
does
bad.
Ozpin look so sexy when he's evil?
He looks so evil. Also, is Ozpin sexy now?
Well, no, just his face. He had a sexy face. I still don't think he himself is sexy.
Everyone's giving you the Kubrick stare, and it's just not a good time.
Yeah, I think the right play for Ruby definitely would have been.
Is there a design on that table?
Do what Cinder did, for sure.
Is there a design on that table? Because it's weird triangular, and I don't know.
We may need to get a better angle later. But yeah, like, Ruby, like, should have been like, but it was Cinder, and we could have, you know what I mean? Like, I think that would have been the smart thing to do, but I like that Ruby doesn't think to do the smart thing, you know what I mean? The smart thing to do would have been like, but it was Cinder's fault, and he was eaten by a Grimm, and I didn't kill. See, that's the thing. Like, Ruby is never like, but I didn't kill him. So she just doesn't give a fuck enough to clarify. Like, you know, so that's kind of on Ruby in a way. Like, she says, like, oh, I'm not, like, if you're asking for an apology, right, like, you know, you're wasting your time. But instead of, but I didn't kill him. No.
Doesn't she say, like, do you still think I killed Roman?
No, you still blame me. If you're looking for an apology, you're wasting your time. But she never, communicates the fact that she didn't.
I mean, she could have communicated better, but that does kind of imply that she's not to blame, as if she didn't kill him.
It doesn't, though, because then Ruby's like, I'm not apologizing, bitch. Why wouldn't you apologize?
Because she's not to blame.
I suppose. But, like, I see it that way. Like, if I were Neo, I'd be like, oh, she's not apologizing because she's not sorry, not because she didn't do it. Because if you didn't do it, you would just say that you didn't do it. You wouldn't say that you're not going to apologize. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, I think that that's, like, you know, I think that it's interesting. Like, it's interesting how either that or she does blame herself. Well, that's interesting, too. Like, maybe Ruby has taken like, she does take responsibility. But yeah, like, she implies that she killed him and she's not sorry, which I think is interesting because she didn't kill him. So, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, she never says that it was the Grimm that did it. I'd read that as Ruby saying, I'd do it again, right? And so, I mean, I know what you guys are saying in the sense of you wouldn't apologize for defending yourself, but Ruby just should have said that it wasn't her that did it, because it sounded like, I did do it, and I do it again, like that, you know what I mean? If you did do it, you wouldn't say you still blame me? I mean, maybe, because, like, even though Ruby killed him, you could argue that it was Torchwick's fault for being a criminal.
That is true.
Right? And so, like, there are multiple ways
you can interpret
to
that.
interpret that. Like, why do you still blame me? It was Torchwick in your lifestyle that caused him to die, right? And so, like, there's
your buy for buy lifestyle will be the end of you.
It doesn't. Yeah, homophobic Ruby strikes again.
Ruby strikes again. Can't you pick a fucking side, Roman?
Oh man, but yeah, like, it doesn't imply innocence to Neo though, because there are so many ways that you could take that. You could take that as it's Roman's fault for being a criminal. It's Roman's fault for working with Cinder. It's Roman's fault for being there, right? Like, yeah. And so I think that, like, it's very interesting to see, like, RWBY pick all the wrong dialogue options. You know what I mean? And I kind of love that. I actually love that. I'm not criticizing that at all, just so people aren't confused. I think that that's actually very fascinating, that RWBY does not give a fuck. And I think she's being kind of self-destructive on purpose. Like, she wants the worst of it to happen, in a sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think that RWBY, it's not only, because I feel like that in the past, RWBY could have been like, no, like, I didn't kill him. It was the Grimm that did it. If you're mad at anyone, be mad at Cinder. But now RWBY doesn't care anymore, because she kind of wants to die, right? And so she doesn't really care who blames her for what, or who, like, or, you know, if Neo thinks this or that. Like, she's being self-destructive. She's almost irritating Neo on purpose instead of trying to do peace, right? Instead of, she's poking the bear. Yes, I agree. And so, yeah, so then Roman says, they say everyone thinks they're the hero of their own story. But I knew what I was. And deep down, I think you know what you are too. And I love him, crushing the teacup, which is weird because, so like, good.
I know they're preying on her self-doubt, but it's like, she's not a villain.
I think it's more so that
she's not, like, a good hero.
You know, I have done a lot of bad things, but at least I knew I was bad. You don't know that you're bad.
You fucked up all the time.
You, on the other hand, think that you're a hero.
But the implication is, like, I understand that what you're trying to say is that you're a failure at being a hero, but it's almost like you're a villain. But she's not a villain. It must be.
Well, I think it's just
it's
that
like you're
RWBY
not
can't
a good
accept
hero.
She's not a good hero. Yeah,
Which, she is a good hero.
Right. But she doesn't think that.
She doesn't think that, but in my heart, I know her to be a good hero. So she couldn't save Little. Poor baby.
But yeah, I don't think that RWBY is stable. I agree. But yeah, he steps over the teacup when he originally walks back there. I noticed that too. But then he steps on it when he's walking towards her. Yeah, I thought that was so good. I think they're saying that RWBY's useless. Yeah, I mean, in a sense. But I think they're just saying, like,
not
you know, for everything that Roman was, at least he owned it. He owned it. Yeah, RWBY can't own it, right? But yeah, and so I love that. I love this, like, the leaf from the tree. Oh, you're familiar. Well, how about a little reset? And I love his, like, everything that they did.
I can't believe we forgot to pop the popper here.
I know, but, like, I don't even care anymore. He's so sexy. That's why. That's why we didn't pop the popper. Because he was so sexy that, like, we forgot. You know? That he's just so hot.
He was so sexy.
He was so sexy.
That we all
we just forgot.
It just left our brains entirely.
Look at it. I love
his little leaf dance.
No, his little curtsy and everything. How he, like, fiddles with the leaf and is like,
I want you to fiddle with my
leaf.
You
know what I mean? No. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how he's like,
I've read your
you know, you want it. Like, in terms of, like, the leaf, right? The leaves from the tree? Yeah, and I love his, like, oh, so you're familiar. And I love that. How about a little reset? I love how he, like, admires it. He's so dramatic. He's so theatrical. That's why I love Roman. He's everything, you know? He's just everything. Okay, what the fuck was this?
Yeah, it was very, like, Avatar, master of all four elements. Like, we got some thunder in there, got some
Okay, we're almost at the end
stuff,
of the scene, so I'll pee
got
after.
some fire, got some water. That was sort of
But yeah,
weird.
I was like, I don't quite understand the meaning of this.
They just had to make it look magical, I guess. It sort of looks like a flower, kinda, maybe. Like the different stems are the different waters.
Yeah, it does look like a flower.
Maybe that's what it's meant to represent.
But yeah, I'm not sure, like, exactly what was happening with this. I guess, I don't know.
Could it be the same flower we've seen decorate a bunch of stuff? Because haven't we seen the same, like, flower?
It looks kind of like a lily-ish, like that these are the, what do you call it? The pollen things, and that these are the flower.
Yes, the flowers.
But yeah, it's pretty. It's magicking up the tea, but it's like, I'm like, but what does the magic mean? Right? And she's like, is that what you want? Well, if you want me dead, come get me. And I'm just like, RWBY, you wanted to die. I'm sorry. Like, you're in Neo's house with all of Neo's illusions, and like,
this is a situation where you try to escape, you know?
Exactly. So I think that, like, she kind will be like, oh, Calxiyn's blaming RWBY. Like, I'm not saying that in terms of, like, it's RWBY's fault. I'm saying in terms of, like, I think the point of the episode is to illustrate that, like, RWBY does not give any fucks. Like, you could not find her a fuck to give. Like, she wants this to happen,
fuck left.
I think. She's being self-destructive. She's looking for the conflict. That's what I think. And yeah, I love this. Oh, this was such a good shot, too. Like, look at this.
And then she gets blasted from the back. Yeah.
Oh, she's so beautiful.
She's grace. Her poise.
She would have died either way, I guess. But, like, I think that there was something suicidal in there. You know, just a little bit.
She's ready to pick a fight.
Because she could have used her semblance to get away, when you think about it. She has a speed semblance. She could have, you know, there's a hole where Little is. She could have went out the ceiling, but I think that, I genuinely think she wanted suicide by Neo until she figured out that Neo wasn't actually going to kill her, right? Because she says, oh, if you want me dead, come and get me. And you see how RWBY suddenly gets scared when Roman's like, oh, we're not gonna kill you. We're gonna do much worse, right? And so I just feel like that, like, you know what I mean?
At that point, you should have
RWBY wanted to die, and she thought it would be quick. But, like, now she's finding out that they don't actually want to kill her.
Yeah, it's like self-destructive behavior, kind of.
Yeah. And so I think that, like, you know what I'm saying?
No, I got you.
I think that RWBY thought that it would be a quick death, and so she was actually looking for it.
And she was wrong.
But then she was wrong, and she was like, uh-oh.
This is longer than I had hoped for.
But this was this was everything. I'm gonna talk about this shot for,
and everyone's
the
clapping.
rest of my life.
And everyone's clapping.
And, like, look at how little happy. They're all
She's
so
just
happy.
so happy murdering. Because you think about it, she's wanted to do this for years.
It's not even about murdering. It's just happy. Look at their little shining faces and tell me that they're not in love, Hunter. They love each other.
You don't. I agree with you.
I know,
I'm not the person
so
you need to be convinced.
Oh my god, they're so cute. Look how she looks at him.
Baby.
And look how they look at each other, and look at how they look back at RWBY. She has, like, a little cat face going on.
A little bit.
Which is ironic, considering what happens later. How is Neo familiar with Ascension if it wasn't in the story? Did she actually write the author? I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, you had that little belief.
Yeah.
Well, because, like, Roman mentioned that earlier, that, like, the second Neo knew where she was, she started using her powers.
What if that was Calxiyn with the dodgeball again, and we find that out next week? Could you imagine?
The power of prophecy, the gift of prophecy?
Yeah, exactly.
Sadistic and wholesome. Your fave could not.
I'm assuming the cat told her, if anything, but we do have a theory. That my brain is short-circuiting. That Neo wrote to the author, and the author told her extra
you made a little
details.
Art piece about it,
but yeah, she could have learned a different way. But I really like that headcanon that, like, Neo wrote to Lewis, right? Because we think he's the one that got out. And that Lewis, like, wrote back to her and told her about all these little things that weren't in the story.
They have matching hats and even neckerchiefs. I forgot about the neckerchiefs. Oh, they're so cute.
But yeah, Ascension wasn't mentioned in the book, but she has a lot of time to figure out what it is. So it could be anything. I do like my little, you know, Neo as a child wrote to the author because she just loves fairy tales so much. But yeah, I think that maybe it could still be my theory. We just don't know yet. And I'm assuming that we'll have to get some details soon because we gotta wrap this shit up, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, like, not our stream. I'm saying, like, the volume.
Wow, you're going fast?
No. Like, hopefully we'll find out what really happened to Alex and Lewis and how they got here, right? Yeah. But yeah, this made my heart melt. Like, whenever I'm sad in the future, I'm just gonna look at this photo and remember
we should print
that my
this out and, like,
good.
hang it above your bed.
That life is good, and there are reasons to keep living because you may get stuff like this in your favorite animated show. And, like, also, not to, well, we're almost at the end of this scene. So we'll keep going. But not to plug my fanfic, but if anyone's, like, hungering for Roman now, I have a currently 33,000 word fanfiction of, like, when Neo was infiltrating at Beacon during Volume 2, which includes Roman. Also, okay, I'm just gonna say this because the chat, I saw someone say it in the chat, I thought Roman was like 30 and Neo was like 20.
No.
Like, kind of in the book, they have like an age gap.
Yeah, but it's not like, not like over a decade.
But it's not over a decade.
It's like,
but like, okay, even if it was over a decade, like, I'm not trying to be confrontational, I guess, but like, you guys know that Arnold and I have like 9 years in between us, right? If you didn't know that, and you have a problem with that, no, it's 9. Why are you looking at me like that?
I thought it was like,
I'm 23 and Arnold's 32.
Never mind then, I forgot that you guys had like a decade difference.
That if you have a problem, you should, take that up with the 2 real people that you think are in a nice, wholesome, healthy relationship, right? Because everyone's like, oh, Arnold and Cal, they're the RWBY power couple. They're so wholesome, they're so sweet. But like, you think that not knowing the age gap. Does the age gap change that for you? You know what I mean?
But
like,
no, it's not a troublesome.
The outside perspective, like it's not that troublesome.
Not a troublesome when you actually read it. Like it's not really all that.
They're all adults. It doesn't matter that much. That's why it bothers me when people are like, "Oh, the age gap makes gelato problematic," and I'm just like, "But Arnold and I have the same age gap. Are you saying we're problematic?"
I don't even think their age gap is as big as yours.
No, I think it's less.
I think it's a lot less.
Anyway, so it doesn't matter, but I just always think that that's funny.
Like she's like a teenager and he's like 20, which is a jump, but like.
But yeah, like I just think it's funny, you know.
Also,
just whenever people bring up the age gap discourse, I'm just here like, hi, it's me. Anyway, but yeah, like if it's like, you know, when they're all adults, it's fine. Neo is my age, apparently. People have tracked out the timeline. Neo is 23 to 25.
Okay, well then,
I am
Neo's
as old
both
as
of
Neo.
our age.
It is fine.
Neo's both of our age then.
Twitter's always in shambles. Anyway. But yeah. I got distracted. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, like I love their little clap. I love I think this is when Roman says you don't deserve to die.
Also, we should mention that they're not dating in the book.
No.
So so when when the age gap is like someone like he's 20 and she's like 17, they're not dating. They just know each other. No. So it is a difference.
Yeah, I mean, I think by the time they know each other, she is 18 though, because she spent
I guess that's true,
around at school, and so she should have gotten older. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to date. I mean, I guess my partner is like 3 years older than me, but that's like 1/3 of your business.
I wouldn't date anyone younger than me personally, but like, I'm just saying.
You date.
I'll date older, I guess. Anyway, but yeah, I love Neo's little cute face and how happy she looks here. I think she's just so cute, and I love how Roman's like, but you don't deserve to die, Red. You deserve to be broken down, torn apart, wiped from existence. I don't know if that's what he's saying here, actually. Like, I'm not sure if he's saying the reset line here. I'm not sure. Because, obviously, we don't have the subtitle. But I love how she sways and, like, does her little...
Happy
she's
wiggles.
So cute!
This reminds me of the scene at the end of Neon Genesis Evangelion.
And, like, look at how
when everyone's standing around Shinji, like, congratulations! Congratulations!
But yeah, like...
Very much so.
I think that they were dating, like... You know what I mean? Like, in present time, before Roman died, I think they were dating. Like,
absolutely.
My opinion is that it was romantic. You can think whatever you want. She loves him so bad. Like, she's
Genesis Evangelion.
She's so down bad. Also, I'm glad that anybody who likes Ironwood, Ozpin, and Clover got to see them happy, because we definitely did not see that in the show.
Yes.
But yeah. I mean, the wiki is not the best, like, source for that, but anyway. Where's the penguin? What are you guys talking about? Oh, I guess it's Batman. Is that a Batman situation reference? But yeah, and so I love everything. I'm so happy. I gotta stop coughing. I gotta get some water. Guys, if you guys think that there's something sibling about this, I'm just gonna, like, question. That is giving how the girls in, School for Good and Evil kiss on the lips and everyone's like, but it's siblings. But they're siblings. Like, what you guys do with your siblings is very different than what I do with my siblings if you think that this is, like, sibling. You know what I mean? If this is how you look at your siblings. I'm just saying. There's something a little weird about that.
Rooster Teeth is in Texas.
Oh, it's because they have a penguin in even. Oh, okay.
Alabama.
So they have
yes,
a
they do have a penguin. You're right. I forgot about that.
So I have to pee, and I'm gonna get us some cookies, and I'm gonna get us some other stuff.
Because I don't think you'll miss this.
You guys can watch me while I walk away, I guess, and I'll see you later. They're friends of benefits.
They're friends of benefits.
I mean, there's lots of benefits, but I don't think that's it.
Anyways, everyone's calling out like, RWBY! RWBY! And then we have Yang say, damn it, how could you just run off like that? Oh no. Oh, I think I froze. I was moving, right guys? Unless I have to do it all manually such. Oh dear. Anyways, how could you just run off like that? Well, she was clearly upset. I love Blake comes in with the obvious answer of like, oh, she was clearly upset. I don't know. I like to see the sort of I guess you could say aftermath of the earlier discussion. And they almost feel like they look very sad. They almost feel bad for how it went down with her sister, Yang does. Very remorseful look on her face. I really wish I could move. Oh my god, am I just frozen? Oh, that's so annoying. What about... Nope, okay. I just can't move forward. That's really disappointing. Yeah, a lot of people were saying Yang is a bad sister. I disagree with that, although I think, as we discussed sort of previous, they were very distracted the entire time trying to get out. And we run into this later in Weiss. Weirdly, Weiss is the empathetic one, where I feel like historically she hasn't always been that. She's kind of been like stuck up her own ways, saying racist shit to Blake. But she says maybe she didn't feel like she could. RWBY has always been the one to get us through the hard times. We say things like, we believe in you, we can count on you. I know we mean well, but... And I like that level of self-awareness from Weiss. I like that she's starting to want to be, I guess, the mom of the group, or she's really looking after RWBY. She's the empath, which is so strange for her, because historically she's been sort of goofy and unaware, and yes, I really love it. We gotta love like the White Rose scraps, I guess you could call this. Maybe she didn't feel like she could. It's not like we were asking her to be perfect, says Yang. That was perfection. That was more Weiss's thing, wasn't it? That almost feels like they should have switched the lines out so that Weiss was like almost connecting her of like, oh yeah, I wanted to be perfect too, and maybe we were putting too much. Maybe I was just like my dad. We were putting too much pressure on RWBY to be perfect. I don't know. Yeah, it's crumbs. Get used to it. I don't know. Part of me kind of wishes we got more... Part of me wishes we got more of, like, Yang being empathetic to RWBY. And we've gotten that in the past a lot, definitely. Like, Yang has always been her shoulder to cry on. I think in the next 2 episodes, we will have a kind of love-in. We'll have a sort of love-in between the 2 sisters. Because that is, like, a persistent complaint people have with RWBY, that they don't... There's not enough sisterly love there. So hopefully we see more of that going forward. Weiss is being a third wheel. Well, Jean's also there, so both Weiss and Jean are being third wheels. Rose Garden shippers found dead in a dish. I really hope they don't do Rose Garden, because they've kind of hinted at it, you know? Because in Volume 7, I think, like, RWBY and Oscar has that weird little moment where they're like, how about you go first, and then okay, different directions, which I don't love. She accidentally slashes out at Oscar, or rather Ozpin, who then turns into Oscar, which I guess makes sense, because it's like, they are the same person, or, yeah, they're basically the same person, or very much so becoming the same person. Although maybe, when I looked at that part of me, I thought, oh, are they doing that to make it dramatic of like, oh, she's slashing at the person she has a crush on, her boy. And I don't love that. I don't love the Oscar RWBY ship. Mostly because maybe I'm biased. Maybe I just feel like... Maybe I'm biased because it's, a girl and a boy. Maybe I'm biased because I just absolutely love Nuts and Bolts. And later I will probably scream about how Nuts and Bolts, like they kind of hint at it here. And obviously Penny isn't the real Penny, but the way this Penny talks later on, it almost does sound like, oh, they loved each other. It was like, you, RWBY, you to me, Penny, you were the most important thing in the world to me. I believed in you more than anyone. They really should have just said loved. I really would have liked that. It would have made me very happy. And I hope we get some kind of conversation about Penny again later. Yeah? Oh my god, I don't know if you guys can hear this, but Cal just said I can't open the door. You have oh my god, you have a lot of things. Okay.
Hello.
I basically went through this whole scene. I don't know if there was anything else you wanted to talk about.
Honestly, when this scene happened and our reaction, I was like, okay, I don't care about what's going on.
Well, all that happened is that they were waiting for them to hear the gunshots in the distance so that they could come.
Yeah,
they just needed to communicate that they heard the gunshots.
Yeah.
And that they were worried about her, and they were thinking like,
what's going on? Why are we talking about Nuts and Bolts?
Because I was talking about how, I don't know, I went off and started talking about Oscar.
Cal brought the whole buffet. Well, I mean, I don't know how long this stream will be. We've only been streaming for an hour and a half.
Oh, well.
Which is pretty good compared to, our stream last week.
Yeah, which was 3 hours. And then the one before that was
the one before that, really. Even though I could talk about Neo for that long, I can also be succinct, right?
I love how it's almost like the episodes where you were plotting how Roman would show up.
Yeah. Mutant grapes, they look normal.
That's normal, right?
They look normal to me. Okay, hold on. Here, let's do this, and I'll hold.
Okay.
I'll hold.
Go
it.
team.
It's fine.
Hunter
I was totally
started distracted.
A ship war? Oh no.
No, I won't. Well, I mean, kind of, because I'm pro Nuts and Bolts and not pro Rose Garden, even though I think they're gonna do Rose Garden.
But don't bully the Rose Garden shippers, Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They've already had it rough, but so have we. We've had it worse.
Oh, I see.
Because Penny's dead.
I don't
it's
mind
almost
Rose
like you're
Garden.
more.
I don't ship it, but I don't have anything against Rose Garden.
I don't hate it.
Yeah.
But it's just not my.
But yeah, I don't have anything to say other than I like the fact that they acknowledged this.
Oh, also it froze, so I couldn't move forward in the thing.
Okay, I'll fix that. But yeah, I like how they acknowledged how they kind of, put a lot of pressure on RWBY, like they're finally starting to realize it.
Mm-hmm. And I almost thought that it would be better for Weiss to have that, well, we didn't want her to be perfect line, because that was Weiss' concern.
Yeah.
That, her parents always wanted her to be perfect. She's like, I'm not perfect, not yet. So it would be kind of interesting if she had, a come-to-Jesus moment when she realized, oh my goodness, am I like my dad? Am I like Jacques? I don't want to be like Jacques.
Why does the Neo clone do the clone voices? I think Neo's new power is to have whatever ability,
her illusions
have the abilities of whatever
they become
she
animate.
Did. Yeah.
Self-aware. Not self-aware, but she can control
Sorry,
them.
not whatever she did, whatever it did, right? So if people have the ability to talk like Roman, they can talk, right? Like the things can talk. But yeah. I think as long as we can save Oscar and get Ozpin out of Oscar, I think that we can, you know... I don't know if it's ultimately doomed, because I think part of that will be trying to save Oscar from that fate, right? But yeah. Ship war aside, back at the scene, I think I do like how they're starting to realize where they kind of went wrong. The copies have the original's abilities. Yeah, thank you, chat. I was like short-circuiting for some reason. Maybe the reason why I keep coughing is because I'm not breathing properly. Like, maybe that's what it is, right? But yeah. Anyway. So back here, we see Ruby using her semblance, though. So she could have used it to get away if she wanted. Right? But she's using it to fight. So I feel like that she does really want to fight with Neo, right? We see, I love Neo
Neo's
sitting on the table.
Oh, it's so great.
Also,
I love
fucking Lionheart's Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh my goodness, his dual disc again.
Right? Because, like, she could have theoretically ran, but, like, she didn't. And I think that's very interesting for Ruby's mental state, and I think more people should, like, realize that. You know what I mean? Because I think that's a very nuanced thing.
She's almost being reckless. She's playing with her life.
Exactly. I think through all of the Neo hatred, sometimes people don't realize these things. Like last week, people were like, Neo was so dirty for doing this, but it was like Ruby's PTSD. And I think that we're kind of going to get that same situation where people are like, Neo was so dirty for doing this, but it's like, but did Neo really do it, or was Ruby kind of doing it too? Like, you know what I mean? Like, Neo did do things, but not all of the things. Sometimes Ruby did those things, right? In a sense.
I'm sure you also hope to die via Neo, but I imagine it'd be more like underboot or via asphyxiation.
I think during this section, we do get some dialogue from people. Who are you to think you knew what is best for Atlas? And then we have Ironwood. And I was the best and brightest Beacon had to offer. I traded my life so my friends could live.
She also said friends like she was being sarcastic.
Yeah.
And someone pointed this out on Twitter.
But I think it may be that, like, it's not that she's being sarcastic, but, like, I thought we were friends, but you just used me and threw away my life in vain, right?
Yeah, she was like, we're not friends. I also like how when she does her little thumb through thing that she uses to save Jean from falling. Yeah. Whereas when she does it here, she uses it to make Ruby fall. Yeah. Which I thought was a fun little...
There is something. I'm not trying to victim blame to protect Neo. That's what I was afraid people would think. I just think that, like, how much is Neo doing and how much is Ruby doing? Because
I think
there's
Ruby
a very
is kind
ambiguous
of being
ending as well to this scene where we don't actually see Neo in front of Ruby or Roman, and so, like, I think there's something wrong beyond Neo. You know what I mean? Because Emerald has hallucinations, right? But Neo doesn't. So unless that's part of the upgrade too, there's no reason why Ruby should be seeing things that Team Ruby can't. And at the end of this episode, there's the implication that there is no Roman there anymore, that Ruby's just choosing to drink the tea herself. There's a lot of fuckity-wuckity. Unless there's a double gaslight where Neo is covering up that for Team Ruby so they think Ruby's crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Where Neo is putting up sort of like a wall, like a fake wall to make Team Ruby see that no one's there, but there is an illusion of Roman there. There's just a wall in front of it. So it's either that Ruby's like hallucinating or Neo is also gaslighting Team Ruby. But why would she put the wall there if she didn't know they were coming, right? But yeah, I think that there's something weird with Ruby going on, right? Beyond this. But I will say, I do wonder if, like, I know that this is all Ironwood, like, Pyrrha dialogue related, but, like, what Penny says, like, somebody who meant the world to you, I wonder if all of these lines are also supposed to double as how Neo feels about Torchwick in a symbolic way, I guess. Right? Because, like, who are you to think you knew what is best for Atlas? Like, that could easily be, like, Neo's parents knowing best for her, if you want to stretch it, right? I was the best and brightest beacon had to offer. I traded my life so my friends could live. Like, I would say...
That doesn't sound like Neo.
That doesn't really sound like Neo, but
I think that might be a...
That may be how Neo felt about Torchwick, that he was the best and brightest that she had. The candle's flame, right? That's the part of the song, is that Roman was her light in the darkness. Then with Penny, right, which we'll get to that dialogue particularly, and like Penny's face there, like, can you imagine what it's like to be completely and utterly failed time and time again by someone who meant the world to you? Like, I feel like at least the world meant the world to you part is at least how Neo felt about Torchwick. So they're all doubling.
Yeah, perhaps. But it is very... I understand that doesn't really count as, like, nuts and bolts because it's Neo. And also earlier...
Oh, no, I still think that you're valid, Hunter. I'm not saying that to invalidate you. I'm just saying I find it interesting how, like, if you look at the lines that that Ironwood and Pyrrha and Penny are saying, if you squinted at them, I know that it's not exactly a one-for-one, but art is up for interpretation, and I like the interpretation that
there was something else that wasn't one-to-one.
I like the... What does that mean? I like...
The background, the silhouette that you felt.
I like the idea that, like, things have double meanings, and there's more than one answer. Sure. And so I like the idea that, yes, she is trying to get to RWBY, but because this is all coming from Neo, it's also, like, things that she thinks about Roman, right? I traded my life so my friends could live. Like, did Roman not kind of die for Neo in a way? Like, in a sense?
Not really. Neo didn't, like, Roman didn't do anything to save Neo.
But it was because he was angry.
Neo survived because of RWBY, in a way.
It was because Roman was angry that he thought that Neo had been killed. That he was trying to have a go at RWBY.
I don't know if I totally buy that. I guess I just kind of prefer things to not... Like, I like a good metaphor and I like a good double entendre.
But I feel like
if you try to cram them in too many places, they stop making so much sense.
Right, but to me it makes sense.
Yeah, except...
Maybe I don't articulate the best way how, but
except Roman didn't really save Neo, though. Other than, like, at least the fall of Beacon. Maybe he saved her, like, from getting out of, like...
Well, yeah, he saved her from her parents,
yeah,
right?
But not the fall of Beacon.
Yeah.
Her parents.
So that's better. So, yeah. Hunter's just fixing my
Your
plot
batshit.
But, like, yeah. I think that does make sense, then. Like, I traded my life so my friend... Like, you know what I mean? That Neo gave up her past life, too, so she could be with Torchwick. Like, you can see it, you know? I can see it.
You can play with it a bit.
Exactly. And I love the chandelier falling and getting that sort of confirmation that, like, it's all
Yeah, it's all Neo all the way down.
Yeah. And, like, the broken aura thing is really cool. The effect here. But yeah, so she tries to go for her sight, and this is when we get the Penny, right? Oh, this was so good.
It's like you were too late to save me at the Vital Festival. I can't read the whole thing because the front of it is cut off from the screen placement.
Just like you were too late to save me at the Vital Festival. I died in Atlas too, didn't I?
And the way that she say "didn't I," like it's like kind of implies that like that is Neo speaking, or it only knows what Neo knows.
Well, yeah, and so
Neo didn't see Penny die.
Yeah. She's just assuming, right? Mm-hmm. Because Penny's not down here with them. Therefore, Penny would either have gotten through the portals or she'd be dead, right?
And someone made this joke in chat, but they were just like, oh, so, like, Neo assumed, like, Neo ships nuts and bolts as well.
Yeah.
She was like, yeah, this redhead loves this other redhead. Well,
it's funny because Phoenix Knight had a crack theory a while ago that, like, Neo would get attached to Penny for some reason. Like, see her kind of like Torchwick. But, like, it was a crack theory, right?
That is a crack theory.
Oh, from a while ago.
That is a crack theory.
But, like, now, I don't know, that's kind of interesting on the level that you're talking about, Hunter. That, like, she's able to pinpoint that, like, who's important. But, yeah, I like the Penny guilt. I like didn't I thought that was really good. Like, all this dialogue was great.
The Penny guilt, literally, it hurt me so bad. But on the other hand, I'm like, they loved each other. They meant the world to each other. Like, I was pretty happy. Well, I feel like nuts and bolts is like not canon, but it's there.
And I think
it's there.
If not all the other things I said, I think the someone who meant the world to you thing is to hit home like what Roman meant to Neo, that he
and
meant
also
the world
what
to
Penny
her.
meant to, or what Ruby meant to Penny, or
Yeah,
what
yeah.
Penny meant
But
to
I'm
Ruby.
saying, like, if all the other, like, oh, you know, Neo traded her whole, like, her old life so she could be with Roman, like, if you guys don't buy that, I think the language of someone who meant the world to you was supposed to be like, yeah, you failed someone who meant the world to you, and I lost the person who meant the world to me because of you, so don't you see why I'm so angry, right? So, I really like that dialogue, but yeah, like, there is a big-ass hole in the ceiling. So I think that, like, they're really trying to hit home this episode that, like, that Ruby could have left.
Could have escaped.
And could have escaped, but just chose not to, because she's being reckless.
What's a QPR? Oh, queer platonic relationship.
You guys are so wrong. How can you have less sympathy for Neo now? I mean, I had a good amount of sympathy for her before.
Sympathy
but, like,
for the Neo.
We'll talk about it at the end, but, like, they can't leave Neo to the cat, right? Because even if she's done bad things, like, leaving her to the cat is kind of a fate worse than death, don't you think? Like, it wouldn't be very heroic or cash money of you if you left Neo. Like, I think that Jean, in particular, is probably gonna have this line of, like, no matter how much, like, you hate her, she doesn't deserve that, because Jean knows. Like, Jean knows what it's like to be alone, and he knows what it's like to deal, like, with the people of the ever after. What are you doing? You're winking at me.
Oh, no, I think my eye just twitched a little bit.
Oh, okay. But yeah.
Do you ever just remember you have a face and you can control it, so you start making weird
But yeah, like,
facial
we'll
twitches?
talk about this at the end, but I genuinely, like, I do not believe that they can leave Neo like that, honestly. Like, I think that, like...
They massacred
They
my boy.
would. Jean tried to save her. So, like, I don't know. We'll talk about that later. It's not very heroic to leave Neo in that state, I think.
It's almost like Jean...
Neo has essentially bullied Ruby into... Yeah, I mean...
He distrusts Neo.
I'm just saying. I would still not leave her to the cat.
But, like, Jean doesn't, which makes me assume
leaving her to the cat is a bad idea, just in general. Like, in a general sense, it's a bad idea. Like, they have to exorcise the cat out of Neo, pretty much. What they need to do is that the cat is only inside of Neo.
Not
excise.
Okay. It's excise when you
exorcise.
Excise.
Anyway.
Is an exorcism.
You guys are wrong. But here's the thing. So here's what they have to do, I think. I feel like that what they would have to do is that the cat is only puppeting Neo because she no longer has a will to live. So they just have to give Neo a will to live, I guess. Right? And then the cat will be free. You have some hair right there. Yeah.
Brushing the hair out of
And
her
then the cat will be free.
before we kiss in the
And, like, she won't be taken in. You know what I mean? But do you understand what I'm saying?
I wasn't paying attention. What
okay.
Did you say?
So Neo... The reason why the cat took advantage of Neo is because Neo has no will to live. So if they give her a will to live, it'll excise the cat.
Yeah.
Is my theory.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Yeah, Jean could use a semblance, maybe. They could just talk her into not being, like, not having a purpose anymore. But yeah, like, I don't think that she's already gone. Like, I think that there is a way to get the cat out of there. Like, I don't think... We'll talk more about this later. But I don't think that the cat is a permanent transformation. Like, the cat is just puppeting her because it's like Kingdom Hearts, basically. Not to get all Kingdom Hearts, but, like, this is the one time where it actually makes sense. Like, that Xehanort takes advantage of, like, puppets and stuff and is able to control them. But you can exercise the Xehanort. Message redacted.
Excise, once again, not exercise.
But, like, you can, you know, make Xehanort leave.
Away. Yeah.
Right? And that's what they do in Kingdom Hearts when, like, you know, Xion and Roxas and a bunch of people are Norded. I don't think that Neo's gone at all. I think that they would have made it a bigger moment if Neo was dead. You know what I mean? I feel like, I mean, maybe they wouldn't, but, like, the way that they frame the scene, I think, the way that they frame the scene to me says that maybe they could save her. you know?
And it's almost like they kind of want to.
Yeah.
It's almost like they seem, Jean seems to think that the Curious Cat is a bigger issue or bigger antagonist than Neo is.
Yeah. And so I feel like if they can't save Neo, I feel like that doesn't necessarily fit in with the themes of the volume. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that, like, we need to end on a hopeful note. Not that they try to fight the cat and lose, I think. Like, I think that would be, yeah, she's possessed. She's not dead. So I think that, like, they'll get the cat out of Neo, and Neo will return to normal, but she'll choose to stay in the Ever After and do something else.
Yes.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, Neo will stay here because of what Roman says later in the episode. I don't know if she'll be catatonic if the cat comes out. Like, she just may need a little help, you know? But yeah, I think that they'll fix her. You know, they'll find a way. Like, you know, it'd be funny if they kind of talk no jitsu her into being like, hey, there's tons of things to live for. I want revenge on Cinder. You want revenge on Cinder. Like Jean doing this, right?
Yeah.
Like, Jean being like, listen, there are reasons to live, to revenge on Cinder. Like, that, anyway, we'll talk more about that later. But yeah, I think that, like, she would find a new purpose and stay here. Yeah. And the cat would just basically spit her back out, and it's basically like, you know, they can't, like, fix Neo, but Neo will find her new purpose without Team RWBY. She'll give up trying to hunt them, right? But yeah, I think if they were dying, they would have had more finality to it, because it doesn't feel... Yes. I didn't get closure, I guess. You know what I mean? But yeah, I agree. I don't think that shifting the revenge over to Cinder is a good idea, because we'll just be back in the same situation. I've said that, I think, since the beginning of the volume. So I think that, like, it'll just be... We don't really know what Neo's going to do, but she accepts that revenge didn't make her feel better, and she tries to find a new purpose here, I think. I mean, I don't think summoning the Jabberwocker would necessarily be a great solution either. Like, you know what I mean? To eat Neo, because then she wouldn't ascend, she would just be dead. So, like, I don't think Neo would do that. Like, I don't think Neo would summon the Jabberwocker unless that's her way of wanting to die rather than be controlled. But like I'm saying, guys, like, that ends the volume on a very sad note. Like, don't we need hope? Don't we need, like, you know what I mean? Like, if the Jabberwocker...
I think RWBY needs hope.
If the Jabberwocker eats the cat, and then Neo dies as a result of that, like, I guess eats Neo, who the cat is in. Like, I feel like that's not a hopeful ending. That's...
Sometimes you gotta kill a cat. I don't know what to tell you.
I think that they need to end stuff a bit more hopefully than just, like, the Jabberwocker eats Neo and therefore the cat is killed. Or, like, they kill Neo and therefore the cat is killed. Like, I feel like that it would be strange to end the volume so sadly. Yes. When I thought the point was that, like, even though there's all this darkness, there's something, you know what I mean? They can still, because here's the thing, guys. Like, you guys are talking about the heroes. You know what I mean? Like, how is that the heroes succeeding if it's Jabberwocker Ex Machina? Like, that's not the heroes succeeding. The heroes are the ones, even if you think that Neo is a villain, right? Like, the heroes are the ones that need a win. And having the Jabberwocker take care of the cat isn't the heroes winning. It's just, right? You know what I mean? It's just sort of fate. Or like that the heroes are no longer in control. So I think that, like, it depends on how the next episodes go, of course. But I think the reason why the Jabberwocker thing, even though it makes logical sense, it doesn't necessarily work, is because even though Neo's a villain, you have to keep in mind that from the hero's perspective, the heroes are the ones that need a win. Like, the heroes are the ones that need to succeed at something. And if they can't fight against the cat, like, do the heroes really succeed at anything this volume? Because, like, even though last volume ended on sort of, like, Atlas fell, there was still the success in the sense that, like, Winter had the maiden powers and whatnot, right?
Yes.
Like, it still felt like they succeeded at least a little, because everybody got out and everyone made it out. It still
felt pretty hopeless.
Like, it felt hopeless, but there was still a sense of, you know...
It was like, okay, it's not totally done.
Yeah. And so I feel like that,
but wouldn't there also kind of be
Neo
that
being
if
against,
Neo was eaten?
No, I don't think so.
Because bad shit happens, but they're still trucking forward.
But the heroes want to be heroes. But they are not involved in any heroic deeds.
Sometimes you gotta kill the villain to be a hero.
Right. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, I would even rather, I don't know. But I'm just saying, I think the Jabberwocker solution is actually sort of strange. Because, like, that would mean that Team RWBY didn't actually do anything. And that's not very powerful for the volume. Because it just shows that they don't have any agency. And nothing they did really mattered. Because the Jabberwocker handled it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be weird. But if Team RWBY defeats the Curious Cat, then I think that's good.
I guess. But if they don't save Neo, isn't that still kind of a loss?
I think you just wanna...
I'm just saying, isn't that kind of a loss?
I mean, I guess so, but was it a loss because a bunch of civilians died at the end of 8, or that Atlas was destroyed, or that Penny was murdered, or...
I just think that if people can be body snatched and you can't fix them, that's a pretty bleak...
I mean, it's kind of a bleak show sometimes. I don't know what to tell you. This was certainly a bleak episode. Holy shit. We're about to watch a adorable mouse character get stomped on.
Can you... hold on. Let me rearrange some stuff.
There we go.
They haven't been winning since Volume 6. I mean, I guess. But, I don't know. I hope that after all this, there's, some sort of, heroic, we didn't let the ever after, get us. Get to us.
Well, they didn't get to them. Well, I mean, Ruby's already tried to kill herself. So.
Right, and so, I feel like that they can't just have the Jabberwocker come in and fix everything, because I feel like that'd be odd. I don't think that I would
I wouldn't be into that, no.
I would just like that they are able to...
I mean, how about
rid the cat from Neo and she stays here. That's how I think things would end.
Wouldn't it be kind of funny if that Neo died in the same way that Roman did?
I mean, funny is a word.
It would be a parallel. If
it would be a parallel.
Neo, controlled by Curious Cat, got sideswiped by a Jabberwocky the same way that Roman got eaten by a Griffin.
I guess, but I feel I don't know. I just feel like the point should be that Neo doesn't end up like Roman because she learns, and she stays here and finds a new purpose. Having it be the same.
I'm down for that too, believe me.
I don't know how to explain this. Having something be the same is a message to the audience that it's a cycle repeating itself, right?
Well, isn't it?
But I'm sort of wondering, are they not, was the point of sending Neo down here not that, the cycle will be broken with all this talk of purposes that she has to find a new one?
But maybe it's the idea that, Roman died ultimately because his greed and his ambition, swallowed him whole, and it resulted in him, joining with terrorists that wanted to end the world.
But I'm just saying,
and it got him eaten.
I don't know.
Neo's
there's
need for revenge got her
parallels.
in perilous situations where she,
But I'm
died.
saying, there's time for parallels, but, I guess I'm asking the purpose in terms of repeating something versus breaking the cycle
and
I
guess the idea is that maybe RWBY could break this cycle. She could find a way to escape her worst instincts.
Well,
her worst self-destructive instincts in the same way that Roman had those
how we sort of had the idea of, the adults all fail, but the kids get a better shot.
Yeah.
If that's what they're setting up, then... Hazel dying for Emerald. I would say that,
Well, Neo is older than Team RWBY.
I guess, but, not that much. I think that, they should free her somehow, and she should just stay here and, figure out, find the new purpose. You know what I mean? Because she's already realizing that getting her revenge was not what she wanted. You know?
Yeah.
And so I think that that'll be...
I think they're already there. No, because, I'm okay with...
But do you understand what I mean, Hunter?
No, I understand.
When Roman died, he didn't have the realization that he was wrong. But Neo has had the realization that getting her revenge wasn't what she wanted.
Yeah,
and so shouldn't, instead of it happening the same, shouldn't it be different because Neo realized something that Roman didn't
I feel
realize?
like I should have specified that I like your idea too. I like the idea of her like growing past it and not dying. I'm just saying that I'm okay with the other option.
I'm not okay.
I know.
I don't think it's not even like a Neo bias. I just don't think that's as narratively compelling to me.
I think it's
I
would
more
like
compelling.
that as well.
I just think like it's more compelling the idea that like, but where Roman went wrong is that he was never sorry. Like, he was never sorry, but, like, Neo realizes that getting revenge on Ruby didn't actually fix anything. And so I feel like that it would be sort of a strange ending if it's like, yeah, Neo realized that it didn't fix anything, and then she died. Instead of, like, Neo realized the thing Torchwick didn't, and therefore she was able to survive.
Yeah. I think that's a better outcome as well. But I'm just okay
narratively, that one makes more sense to me, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, like one can be better than the other.
Narratively, what you're saying, like,
makes sense.
It doesn't make sense with Neo realizing to me that her revenge
it's incongruent with her like becoming a better person.
Well, not even a better person, just a different person.
Or just realizing like the faults of her action, which is kind of what you want, like that her revenge.
But what I'm saying is that by dying, the realization doesn't matter. Like learning from your mistakes
maybe
doesn't
the realization.
matter.
Well, that's the thing about theme. It's not really for the characters; it's for the audience.
Maybe, but if I were looking at that, I would be like, well, who cares if I'm bad? I'm gonna die anyway. Who cares if I decide to change? Then I'll die anyway.
It's just like because you presumably want to avoid dying or going out badly.
I'm saying, like, the lesson that would teach is if you're in a bad situation and you realize that you were wrong, it doesn't matter because you'll just die. Like, you know what I mean?
It's because
like, you'll die.
No, the idea is that like that's like it's like a
saying,
cautionary tale.
Like, don't get into the bad situation in the first place. But
it's the point of a cautionary tale is for you to take caution against it and avoid it, not be like, I guess there's nothing we can do.
Like, oh, well, even if I learn and change, I'm still gonna end up the same way as if I didn't learn and change.
That's not
so what's the point?
Well,
I'll just die.
Unless she learns and change, which she might not.
But yeah, do you know what I'm saying? At least.
Well, I think you're kind of messing my point up.
Cautionary tales.
Because in my version, in the cautionary tale thing, she doesn't realize she made a mistake. We realize she makes a mistake. The other characters,
she does though. Like canonly, right now she does. Yeah. I'd say. And so for Neo to die by the Jabberwocker, knowing she made a mistake to me, is like, okay, well, who cares if I make mistakes?
Unless
maybe
Ruby,
I should embrace that I'm bad.
Unless Ruby comes back and then she like goes back to her earlier thing. But no, I like your idea better. I'm just saying that the other thing has some merit.
Yeah.
But
I just think it has that vibe of like you don't understand the character, you just want Neo to die. Like, you know what I mean? That's the vibe I always get when people are like, Neo should just die this volume. Like, that's not really the point, though. It needs to be for a reason.
Well, yeah, there's the reason. It's just she doesn't experience the reason.
But, like...
Also, a lot of people don't feel the same way you do about it.
I mean, I think that they're wrong. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just think that, like, it's... If people realize...
Also, it's just like
wrong, and then it's too late.
Part of me is just like Neo's already killed a lot of people.
Maybe I just have
if Neo killing people was like a bridge too far, it was already a bridge too far in Volume 8.
But it doesn't even need to be redemption. You know? It's just finding a new purpose here. You know?
She doesn't like I would never expect her to be a goody two shoes.
No, neither would I. I just think that like she should just get up to her mischief here after, right? But yeah, I think. Like,
people seem to they're rebelling against you.
I don't care if they're rebelling. It's not about redemption. It's just more so that I don't know if you can I don't know if that even works with like the cat theme either, because the cat is also like hurt by the idea that the gods left him and abandoned him alone. So I feel like that even the cat kind of needs like not to die. Like I feel like even the cat kind of needs some sympathy because. At the end of the day, they were all kind of, like, abandoned by the gods.
That's true.
At the same way, and so they all have that in common.
Being pissed at God is a kind of consistent theme
and so, like, they should realize that the cat's not being evil, the cat is just pissed at God, right? And they're also pissed at God, so they should be able to realize that it's the gods that
people
are
at fault. Mostly okay with Emerald, and Emerald was, at the very least, most charitably and an accessory to a murder.
Yeah,
most charitable
Emerald
view.
was still bad.
So, like, at the end of the day, I don't know. Like, also, it's a fictitious character, so redemption in my mind works different than if they were a real person.
I think it would be interesting, like, I don't know how they're gonna do it, but I guess the idea of, like, that they are able to rescue Neo from the cat, and Neo stays in the ever after. Because that's kind of what Roman's
we're talking about
implication,
what's
too.
gonna happen, but we haven't gotten there.
I don't know why we started.
I think we should start moving.
I think Neo deserves a chance, just as the same as Emerald did. Emerald killed Penny. Neo has done way less wrong to the protagonist than that. I mean,
yeah, but she's killed a lot of people.
But, like, they were off-screen people.
Like, yeah, but they were still people. Like, she's killed presumably dozens and dozens of people.
Yeah, Emerald was the one who cut up Penny the first time, so you should be mad. You know?
She helped. You know, she was an accessory to murder.
Who?
Emerald?
Emerald literally caused Neo to die, though.
I think technically that's accessory to murder.
Kira, but like...
I was also talking before that she killed Tuxin.
Oh,
or at least was part of the
But
murder
I don't think that, like, it needs to be redemption. I think that they just gotta...
But also, I guess I didn't feel so bad because Penny Penny got better, you know?
It doesn't count because she came back.
Yeah. It's I don't know, it's like Jesus rules. You didn't kill him, don't worry, he's back.
Oh, man.
On this Easter, we celebrate...
I'm pretty sure
At this Easter, we celebrate our Lord and Savior Palladina, who, after she passed away for 3 long volumes, she did not return to us until one day she came back and saved us all.
Guys, I think we have to accept that Neo did not kill Ruby this episode. Ruby killed Ruby this episode.
Neo helped.
Neo helped.
Convinced her.
But, like, she didn't need that much help. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that...
The curious cat helped, too.
People blaming it all on Neo takes away from the suffering that Ruby's actually going through.
And has... Because, also, like, Herb almost killed her, too.
I don't know if reductionist is the right word, but I feel like it's very, like, reductionist to be like, oh, well, it's all Neo's fault, because then you're not acknowledging the fact that, like, Ruby was already willing.
Yeah, because, like,
she was
Herb
already wanting to
died.
do it.
Herb also almost killed her, so...
Yeah,
like a lot of people.
She was already there.
The way how pained she looks, because this is what, like, they gave her, like, the really pained moment.
And the red eyes, too.
The red eye, it's just like, she was so... They didn't really do that for... I mean, they did that, too, for Oscar, but it's like, they know who Ruby
Neo
loves.
is clouding your judgment? I don't think it is. I think... I mean, it's about what is narratively compelling to me.
That's true.
Right? And I just think that sometimes, like, and they died is not always the best. You know what I mean? Like, it's not always the most compelling way to go.
Tastiest way to leave this.
Yeah. Like, I feel like that in the case of Neo, them just leaving Neo here is kind of, I mean, to me, that's the most compelling because it's this idea that, like, yes, you can go through all of this, but you can find a new purpose, right? And, like, I guess some people see Ruby as that way, but I don't think that Ruby is gonna find a new purpose. I think that she's just gonna be reinforced in the same purpose she always had. Whereas Neo does need a completely
Well, because she lost her purpose and she was recorrected.
Yeah.
So maybe she just comes recorrected, and maybe that's when we see Summer. Can we use one of the poppers for Summer?
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know. I feel like we should save it for, like,
if Neo didn't give Ruby the drink, she would have been possessed by the cat. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so, like, that, like...
Neo didn't do anything.
Neo helped,
the cat was
but the
already
cat helped
there. Like,
as well.
If Neo didn't intervene,
it was a team effort.
The cat would have killed Ruby. Like, the cat would have possessed Ruby.
And that mute redhead, pink head, worked together to make that teenager kill herself.
I'm just saying, like... Neo definitely pushed her.
Emerald was only Neo curious. That's not the only kind of curious she was.
If the cat... If Neo didn't intervene with the cat would have possessed Ruby. So, like, that means that Ruby was already broken enough to be possessed by the cat.
Yeah, arguably
Neo kind of rescued her
like,
for a minute. I'm just saying.
Saved her from the cat in a roundabout way.
Not that she didn't do anything, but
not that she didn't, like, intend
to do that.
She
still, like, saved her from the cat.
Neo rhymes with hero.
I'm just saying, right?
Anyways.
But yeah.
Enough of the chat.
But yeah, this was a good shot.
Don't you want to be choked by Roman?
Yes. Where did our
honesty, everyone. We love honesty.
you ready for that drink yet? I think that's when that happened. But yeah, I love how he just, like, tosses her, and then Pyrrha comes in. I don't think Pyrrha says anything here.
I know, I think she does, doesn't
PSA from the Ethics and Compliance Office. RWBY pulled the trigger, Neo gave her the gun, and Life gave RWBY the bullet.
That's funny.
Oh, man. But yeah, like, I think Neo... She saved RWBY from being possessed by the cat.
Also, yeah, Neo wanted to kill RWBY. This is not new news. We've known this since, like, volume 6. Sorry.
But yeah, it's not that, like... Anyway. But yeah, look, Pyrrha is, like...
So beautiful.
So beautiful.
I saw the animator Aaron just, like, sobbing, so excited to work with Pyrrha. It was so great. I'm so happy for them.
But yeah.
Also, Pyrrha's so cute. Look at my baby.
I think it's gonna be so like, I think that what they're gonna say is like, the real enemy is the gods. Like, I feel like that's kind of the directory, like, that's kind of like the direction that we're going into.
Kill God, everyone.
I think it's gonna be like that, even the cat isn't necessarily at fault because he was built that way. You know what I mean? Like, even the cat is going to be not redeemed, but even that they're gonna, like, have pity on the cat, too. Yes. I think. Yes. To an extent. Because he's just been tricked exactly like Ozpin, in a way. Are you okay?
No, I'm very happy feelings towards Pyrrha. She's so pretty. Good. I'm so glad. Pyrrha's great.
Oh, I guess Pyrrha said how many more people are gonna die because of you.
Yes.
And then she says, I'm trying to save everyone. And then Ironwood comes in.
And just beats the shit out of her.
And yet, with all your best intentions, have you stopped to wonder if you've done more harm than good? But yeah, I love, like, what is he doing?
Watching this teenager get the shit kicked out of her, just chilling in the background with his cane.
But yeah, and I sort of wonder, like, again, if we're gonna go with these lines, how many more people are gonna die because of you? That was obviously a reference to Torchwick. And then obviously... And with your best intentions, have you ever stopped to wonder if you've done more harm than good? Also about killing Torchwick. Like, I see all of the lines as vaguely also Torchwick related, you know? But yeah, like, I mean, even with Salem, they punished Salem just because she was human, you know, and was grieving and shit. So... I feel like that even then, you know, like, it's all the gods' fault. Like, yes, it's also Salem's fault, but, like...
It's God's fault.
It's the gods' fault.
Damn you, God. Hasadiga Evil Y.
What is that?
It's from the Book of Mormon.
Oh, God. Anyway. And so, yeah, I love this. I love how Roman's just, like, what is he doing?
Just watching... It's like the red-headed council decided to beat the shit out of you.
God. So yeah, let's talk about, oh my God, that meme of we're gonna beat you to death. Anyway, so this is like Roman hitting RWBY with the cane in volume 3. How many more lives do you have to ruin before you realize you're not cut out to save anyone? So again, like, it could be about ruining Neo's life.
Also, like, Ozpin sounds very angry. He's like screaming, yelling.
Yeah, all the voice acting was really good.
RWBY, Lindsay Jones, they did an amazing job with RWBY this episode. Like, so emotive. Yeah. Like, she sounds so broken, so sad. It was an amazing job.
But yeah, like, this is like when Roman hits her with the cane in the other
in volume
3. Why was Leo there? I mean, she's just guessing, guys. That's why Clover was there, too. Like, Neo is guessing, you know? But yeah, the cane scene, like, is reminiscent of the one on volume 3, right? But I think that, like...
Imagine if instead of
what?
Imagine if instead of Lionheart or Clover, it was just, like, Yang's severed hand.
Or something, yeah.
Propped up on the chair.
Googly eyes.
It's like Thing from Addams Family. It's just like gesticulating angrily at
But
RWBY.
yeah, like, I think Ozpin saying that, like, again, that kind of feels like it's talking about ruining Neo's life. Like, that RWBY ruined Neo's life from Neo's perspective, right? But yeah.
Also, like, he's whacking at her so hard. Don't these, like, teacups rattle? Which is so messed up.
And she's actually bruised now.
Yeah, she's bruised. And, like, she's all cut up on her chest, too. Like, they fucked her up.
Because the aura broke, right?
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
But, yeah. So then, Ozpin? Is that OP? Is Ozpin?
Yes.
Oh, no. O is Ozpin.
No, sorry, Oscar Pine.
Oh, okay. So we're not there yet. So RWBY actually slashes. This was so fucked up, though. Like, I hope that the Rose Garden shippers are okay, because I
feel like, listen, at least that their ship is possible, right? Like...
The world also thinks that Leo died a hero. Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
It depends on whether or not Neo knows that. But yeah. I mean, but yeah, Neo doesn't know who Summer is, but... But yeah, this whole fight is like a reference to Volume 3.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like one.
But yeah, I love this. I mean, I don't love this, but this was
I love it.
vile. Like, I thought that this was,
And he's just...
It was so, like...
At first I thought his,
crazy.
like, head
They
was
were
gonna
crazy
fall off.
for this.
Part of me wished they made it more gory, just to make it more terrible.
But, like, I think it's gory enough. He's, like, literally a pool of blood. Roman. I'm just like, Roman.
Killed your friend, huh?
Like, this was nutty. Like, the fact that Neo did this was literally, like, this was insane. Like, this was an insane
bleeding,
thing
horrible
to do.
bleeding corpse.
This proves that Neo oh god, that proves that RWBY cares for him a lot? Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, like, I think that this was,
but
like,
do they mean the world to each other?
Hunter, you're a hater, okay? You gotta stop hating. I'm just saying, there's nothing wrong with RWBY and Oscar.
No,
other
there's
than
several things
Ozpin.
wrong.
But there's nothing, is it because they're heterosexual, Hunter?
I just think
if
that...
Oscar was a girl, would you ship RWBY and Oscar?
No, because I ship RWBY and Penny.
But, like, if Oscar was a girl...
I also just, honest to God, I just kind of feel like I don't want RWBY to be in, like, a wah-wah romance thing, because...
But, like... But it's not like that.
But and that's why I like.
And like they had their awkward little moments in,
yeah,
right?
But I don't want it to be like bumbly little boy and girl, boyfriend girlfriend thing. That's why I kind of liked what Penny had with RWBY, because it was almost like it was kind of queer platonic. You know what I mean? It was
I'm just saying,
vaguely defined love.
You're heterophobic, Hunter.
Oh no!
I think if Oscar was a girl,
I am.
If Oscar was a girl,
I am.
You would ship it.
But that this isn't the reason for this.
No! Like, guys, I said it wasn't weird except for Ozpin. Like, Ozpin is what makes it weird. Do you know what I mean? Ozpin is the weird part. But, like...
No, guys, I understand that it might be what happens.
That's weird.
I understand that Rose Garden is, like,
but
a possibility.
But Rose Garden itself without Ozpin is not weird. It is normal.
I guess it's just also, like, I'm less interested with RWBY and Oscar, because it's like RWBY is so much more interesting with Penny, or even with, like, other people that she just talks to more and had more memorable moments. Yeah, they've had things. They've had moments together, like they had their cute little ba-ba-ba-ba, or they had their little talk where RWBY talks to Oscar about Penny in Volume 5. I know that.
So it doesn't, I
guess I'd feel the same way about John.
Oh, this thing interacts with my ship, like, you know?
Well, I also think that, like, I would feel a little about John going with someone that wasn't pure, you know? Like, I'm okay with him and Weiss. I guess it's just I don't feel like they interact enough. I don't like their chemistry. Like, I love Nora and Ren. I don't want Nora and Ren to be with anybody else. I
I have a heterosexual friend. Is that what you're saying?
Yes!
I have heterosexual ships, Cal!
Yes, though. Like, I'm good with, like,
joking.
I like Fox and Neo.
I love you and Arnold.
I love Roman.
Yeah, I'm so supportive of you choosing to be with a man, Cal, even though you're bisexual. I mean, I know that that's not the outcome that we hope for, really, of bisexual women to end up with men.
First off,
like, I still support you, though.
First off, that's not what I said. Secondly, I'm upset, not that you are dating a man, but that Arnold is dating you. He could do much better. Thirdly, I missed my point. There are plenty of ships that I like that are between a man and a woman. It's just not this one, you know what I mean? It's just not that one. There are plenty of gay ships that I don't like either, you know?
Oh, man.
Listen, I understand that it's a distinct possibility that they're gonna do it. It's just if they do it, I won't like it that much.
Oscar is based off of Ozma, the story of a princess trapped in a boy's body from the Ozma of Oz story.
If they make Oscar trans, I'm very down for that, but they're not going...
then it changes!
No, I'm not down for Oscar and Ruby being together. I'm down for Oscar being trans. That's totally different.
Human friend Steve is crying now, Happy Hunter. I don't know what that means.
But, like, no. But, like, Ruby could do better. There are people who Ruby has interacted more, who her interactions are way more interesting than her interactions with Oscar, that I would prefer her to be with. I am not biphobic.
The weird part.
I don't feel that way about fictitious characters. I do not feel that way about the actual people in my life. You're a jerk. You're a fucking jerk.
All I'm saying is that what makes Rose Garden weird is Oscar. Many people Ozpin. Many people.
Listen, this is where your questionable age gap comes in.
No,
the age gap I'm not comfortable is Ruby dating someone of an appropriate age. No, we want Ruby to date someone 1,000 years old.
What do you mean?
Because you said the issue was Oscar.
Oh, no, the issue is Ozpin.
No, that's a Freudian slip.
The Ozpin is the problem. So, I'm just saying, I don't ship Rose Garden, also. Like, just to be clear. I don't ship it, I'm just...
Because it's boring!
Saying. Like,
it's fucking boring!
Saying, you're being a little mean
vanilla!
to the Rose Garden
It is missionary!
They're heterosexual!
It is not seasoning your food! It is wearing beige khakis and a white polo shirt!
You're wrong for this anyway.
It's raw. It's just not. It's not good.
It's like how you probably feel about Jean and Weiss, right?
Listen, we've all know how I felt about lesbian Weiss, but I'm okay that Weiss is bi or that Weiss likes guys. I talked about that last time. You're such a dick. You know that?
I'm just saying, I don't think we should bully the Rose Garden shippers on stream.
I'm not bullying the Rose Garden shippers.
It's boring.
Yeah, I am. I'm having an opinion. I'm not telling
I know, but like, we didn't need to have that opinion out loud. We could have had that opinion at home.
I'm not gonna go on Twitter and fight.
I agree with Hunter, but you're so mean for the
Man, fuck all of you guys. You're gonna turn me into a villain.
What I mean? We could have just briefly mentioned it. You could have kept your anti-Rose Garden to yourself.
I just don't find it that... Listen.
But I'm just saying you don't need to talk about it.
They could make it better. I didn't used to love nuts adults, but they made it work. And, like, they could make this better. They could make Oscar and Ruby better, but they don't. They're just fucking boring.
I know, but I'm saying, like, I'm telling you, you don't need to bring that up in the stream.
Who gives a shit?
I do. I don't want you to do that because I think it's mean.
Listen, if they're gonna get genuinely upset about that I have a difference of opinion about a Ruby character.
It's not about that, Hunter. It's that I'm trying to talk about, like, the implications of the scene, and you're like, but I hate that, though. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, well, clearly Ruby, like, Oscar means a lot to Ruby, but I took that personally. Like, that's kind of, you know what I mean?
Cal, look at me. You are not allowed to tell me that I'm too excited and talking too much about it.
No, that's not it. I'm just saying that, like, I'm trying to talk about how this could be important because, like, Ruby killing Oscar and seeing Oscar, her, and, like, Neo has understood. Oh,
and then they'll learn that they'll love each other. But no, it sucks.
Neo understands that Oscar is important to Ruby for some reason, right? Like,
no
I feel
chemistry.
like that's important.
Unseasoned.
Yeah, have some decorum.
Crocs with socks.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like
have some decorum, motherfucker. You just said that you wanted Roman to choke you.
In the chat.
I don't give a shit.
I'm just saying.
This is a YouTube chat. Like, we don't have decorum here. This isn't a formal debate. This isn't the House of Parliament.
I'm just saying that.
That
Ruby seems to care about Oscar for some significant reason compared to other characters.
Well, because she murdered her friend.
But it could have been Nora or Ren.
But also, I think the thing is that because she slashes at Ozpin, and then it turns into Oscar.
I know, but
that's the connection I see.
I know, but like.
So it doesn't need to be romance.
About that. No, like I think there's also something about that, like how, because RWBY.
Maybe you are just boring.
Neo turns into Yang, Penny, and Oscar. Not John, not Nora, not Ren, okay? Not even Weiss.
Because Ozpin and Oscar are like the same person.
When they first fall, when Neo is punching RWBY in the face, she turns into Yang, Penny, and Oscar. Not Weiss, not Blake, not John, not Nora, right? Why choose Oscar as opposed to her partner? Like, as opposed to Weiss? Why choose Oscar?
Well, because she turned into Oscar previously?
No, I'm saying, like,
Neo did turn into Oscar previously.
Yeah, but, like, but it's not a character model thing, because they could have used Weiss's model. It's not like the model's different. They could have used anyone, but they used her sister, Penny, who, they're clearly gay this episode, and Oscar. And so, like the implications, I don't know, because they didn't use Weiss, who's Penny's partner. They didn't use Blake. They used Oscar. So I just think
was seemingly just like my interpretation is that she was just angrily cycling.
When did Weiss become RWBY's partner? What do you mean?
In the fucking first season?
Do you guys know her battle partner?
Her school partner.
You know?
But no. I always interpreted that as her just like...
Oscar means something different to RWBY than John or Weiss. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I hope it wasn't all of RWBY's crushes, Jam Jams, because she turned into her fucking sister.
I think that was part of their joke.
Oh, God,
but
Jam Jams.
Like what I'm saying is Oscar means
Also, if you guys don't follow
different.
Jam Jams on Twitter, you should, because their art is amazing, and you make me laugh every day.
I'm just saying,
I love you so much, and
we
your
don't
art is
know
wonderful.
what it means. Right? I'm just saying I think it means something else.
Cal, I've been so kind to you and your Neo shit. How dare you force me to think about
I'm just
Oscar.
saying.
I just viewed that as
they
like...
They could be besties, alright? They could be heterosexual besties.
But they aren't, though, because they never have interesting moments together.
Okay. So why did the writers put them there?
Because... Here, listen, the rest of them are straight. Kiersey, you need to help me with this.
Kiersey wrote this episode.
Miles, she posted online that Miles had, like,
You think Miles did this?
I'm blaming Miles.
Don't blame any. I'm just saying, Oscar is important to RWBY. What that means to you is none of my business. Okay? I'm just saying.
I'm okay to move on now.
You can see it in a sibling way, or
I'm
a
okay to move
way,
on
or
now.
whatever way you want.
I'm okay to move on now.
Anyway, and then, to add insult to injury, we have turning into Yang, Crow, Blake. I love the face that
it's
Weiss
so
has
great.
in particular.
Grumpy Neo Weiss is wonderful.
Oh, yeah, that was really, really good. But yeah.
But RWBY X Penny RWBY X Oscar is inferior to RWBY X. I'm gonna tweet that right now.
I like nuts and bolts. Like, you know, I don't even ship Rose Garden. I'm just saying.
If I had more than 5% battery, I would tweet that right now. I'm gonna do that.
He's important to her in some way. That's it.
Nuts and bolts greater than.
Vaguely, metaphorically.
I'm posting that right now.
Anyway. So, can we talk about Torchwick?
Yes.
Do you really think you can stand there and watch more of your friends fall? And I was like, oh, this is so fucked up. But I'm also like, Roman, look at him. And I love how, like, Kira turns into Jean. That they were dirty for that.
Yeah, that was dirty.
That was, like, fucked up. And, like, how they're all, like, they can't even look at her. Like, they're so ashamed, you know? Like that Nora and Ren and John are so, like, ashamed of her that they look away. Like, that's so fucked up. To me. And so then...
So I'm gonna start, this is gonna be my villain era. I'm gonna start bullying Rose Garden shippers on the internet. Listen, if RWBY gets canceled after this season, at least we'll never have to see fucking Rose Garden become canon. I'm gonna be like those homophobic people with Bumblebee, except it's gonna be heterophobic.
So, okay. Or are you ready to admit the truth that the world would would just be better off without you. And, like, this was so fucked.
Yeah.
Like, Yang being in the middle, I think, like, as her sister. And then, like...
More dead friends.
Like, it's just so fucked up. And Roman... Okay, Roman does something a little too sexy here. He adjusts his collar for some reason. And I'm just like, I could look at this all day. Like... I have no shame, guys. I don't know what we're talking about. I will not be ashamed, okay? Look at this. He's so sexy. Who animated this? Like, for me, you shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have.
Also, this image is great with her, like, kind of like, they're going back to back a little.
Yeah, like her coming up behind
I'm sure they're
Roman.
more used to going front to front, but that's just me.
But, like, I'm just... Fuck.
Yeah, I know.
They're so hot.
I've read your fan fiction.
How could somebody make, you know...
Who's hotter, Roman or Neo?
Neo, obviously.
Okay. Well,
I think it's obvious, right? I wonder if that last line is something Neo feels too. Yeah, I think so. I think it's... I don't know. Like, it's hard to explain. Yeah. Yeah. The world is better off without you. Yeah, I do wonder if that's how Neo feels about herself. Because I do think that these lines are supposed to be doubled up in a way that, like, for example, like, the person that meant the world to you thing that Penny says. I feel like that is Neo talking about Torchwick. But I also feel, as much as she's saying that to Ruby, I think she does feel like that about herself. The world would be better off without her, because she's just so depressed, you know? Are you okay?
No, I'm just reading someone. Hunter is seeing red, going full sicko mode, killing all the ships in Callus, hearts in her eyes, stomp, stomp, Roman, Awooga, which is a very accurate descriptor of what's going on
But
right
yeah,
now.
like, I think Neo's literally projecting. Yeah, you guys are right. But yeah, and I love, like, Neo just coming up and, like, with the teacup in her hand.
Dropping the tea like, hey, you want to kill yourself?
And I love this. This was such a good
And then she
scene.
bumps it.
She bumps it with her shoe.
Which is
so
sassy.
Which is
of
so
her.
hot.
I love that.
I can't believe, for me,
Step on me, mommy.
You shouldn't have. Right? And I just love this. This was a good shot, too. I like the color changing. But yeah, you have, like, as Neo gets up, her leaning down on her knee. It's very condescending, right? Like, it's kind of how you would talk to a child. Like, you know.
She's like, go kill yourself, honey.
Yeah, exactly.
Kill
yeah,
yourself,
there's something
sweaty.
about this scene that's Neo treating Ruby like Neo is treated. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And
also,
that's why
like, don't
I
you
don't
want...
understand...
that's such a wonderful... Okay, that's big sexy lip right there.
I don't
that's
understand.
Gorgeous.
That's why I'm like, I don't understand why people aren't a little more sympathetic, because, like, this is clearly all, like...
Cal's foot fetish
No.
confirmed.
This is clearly all, like, how Neo is treated. Like, that's what she's recreating. Like, everything that other people felt about her. Like, the world would just be better off without you. Like, how she feels about...
Cal's such a bottom.
How she feels about...
We both are. We both
Ruby is how people made her feel. You know? And I feel like that, like, we need to realize.
Yes.
To realize. Right? But yeah, I love her face. I love how, like, happy she looks for a minute. Like, she's just like...
Yeah, so goofy.
All right.
Such a goofy, silly mood.
Yeah, I like how, like, I like the little question.
Oh, and you can kind of see the glow of the blue of the laser beam
coming.
from the side. Oh, that's so wonderful.
Whee! See, I thought Neo was done for when this happened, but I love how we see, like, that the house is all Neo,
Shimmers,
too.
yeah.
But yet it still stands, like, it still remains.
There's a big fucking hole.
Yeah. And I love this shot. I thought that this was so good. I love Ruby vision that they've been doing.
Also, the hole that blows in the side of the wall that
Neo
the cat
lost
created,
my sympathy after the little stop. I don't care.
I just noticed something. The hole that...
the cat created goes directly to the tree?
Or not only that, but it looks similar to the hole that flashes later when Ruby falls through it.
Oh, yeah. It's probably
shape.
the same... I don't know what you would call that, but probably a similar asset.
Yeah, maybe.
Right? They're just reusing the assets. I mean, it's not that you can't be angry. I'm just saying I feel more sympathetic to Neo after seeing this versus less, I guess. Right? You can be angry, but being angry and having sympathy don't need to be at odds with each other. I think you can be angry at what someone does, but still have sympathy for them at the same time. You know what I mean? Or like, and Little isn't dead. Little's gonna reascend anyway. So was it really? Does it count? You know? Like, Cinder killed Pyrrha. Pyrrha can't come back. So that's when the line is crossed. But if you kill characters that can reincarnate, did you really kill them? Like, that's how I kind of, you know? If Neo killed, like, Weiss, I think that would be kind of different. But we already know that death for people in the Ever After is not the same. And somebody also made a good point that, like, Little's purpose was to lead Ruby to the tree, and that's exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think that that's, like, Little was going to die because the purpose had been fulfilled. Little needs a new purpose anyway. So even though Neo was still a little
except they're not
out
at
of
the
pocket
tree,
for that.
so
but,
Little's thing really isn't
No,
fixed
but
yet.
we did get to the tree.
Oh,
right? Ruby got to the tree.
But no, like, her purpose was not to get to the tree, but purpose was to get you and your friends home. That's what Little says earlier in this episode.
But, like, this is part of getting home.
Maybe.
I'm presuming, right? But yeah, like, Little will ascend...
be what they always wanted to be long. Jams, I love your homophobic Ruby and Little.
Oh my god.
Love that.
But yeah, like, I think, like, yeah. I mean, if it was a human character, it'd be different, but Little is going to ascend. I don't think that Little's dead. So I don't think it matters. Like, I'm okay with it. You know, Ruby was gonna do it anyway. Yeah, that's all I'm saying, right? And so, yeah, I love how the cat re-enters the story.
Just with a big fucking laser beam.
Yeah, and she says, I'm sorry, I don't want to be me anymore.
It's okay, little huntress. I can be you instead.
And this is when everything takes a fuckity-wuckity, because you
and
see
I love
Ruby's
how she's
crying.
just like, yeah, she's crying and she's in pain and she's like, wait, what did this bitch
Yeah, she's like, what the fuck did you just say
and
to
then
me?
I love how, like, cats will, like, make biscuits on you. They'll, like, move their hands back and forth, their paws back and forth like this to stretch out their fingers and, like, hone their claws. And I like that's kind of what Curious Cat is doing
Yeah.
here. They're, like, honing their claws and it's, like, torture.
Like digging your claws into someone.
Not even that. It's like they make biscuits. You've never had a cat.
I guess not. But yeah, like, you guys are a little too focused on Little. Like, they come back. That's the whole point.
But it was so sad. Did we see that? No, we haven't seen
I love how everyone was like, yay, like, the paper pleasers are dead. They got to die. But then when Neo kills Little,
but they were like, whereas Little was like, no, we can't. We need to bring you back.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, the permanency
but
of
I'm
death.
sad. Because it's Little,
like,
and
but
they're
Little's
so
not gonna
fucking
stay
cute.
dead is my point. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and so is it different than the paper pleasers? I don't know.
I love Little so I don't want to see Little be hurt.
But yeah, I don't think that Little is dead. I think that it's gonna be like they're both going to the tree together. But yeah, the voice acting ate this episode.
Oh
like,
my God.
It was so good.
Lindsay Jones is always amazing, but especially amazing this episode. Just phenomenal.
That doesn't matter, Cal. I don't care. Sorry, you guys aren't gonna convince me. It's not that I don't care. It's that, to me, that has no place in, like, the greater debate of whether they should save, like, you know what I mean? It has no place in the conversation of whether Neo should be rescued from being cat-possessed. Because those are two different issues. Like, you know what I mean? Neo can be a terrible person, and it still doesn't mean that she deserves to, like, lose all her autonomy and be possessed by the cat. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, when I say it doesn't matter to me, I mean in terms of, like, you know?
We've been getting a lot of super chats.
Yes.
This is nice. I'm enjoying this. Thank you, everyone.
Even if this is how Neo is feeling, it doesn't justify what she's done. But yeah, I'm not saying, like, that it justifies. I'm just saying
now you
that
just
it
love murder, don't you,
It doesn't
Cal?
matter in the greater conversation of whether Neo should be rescued. She shouldn't be rescued because she's a good person. She should be rescued because, like, the cat is just, like, the cat is still doing something, like, disturbing to her. Like, just for the... Yeah, they're huntsmen and huntresses who save people and stop evil. Right now, the cat is the evil, right?
Funny.
But yeah. I mean, I think, like, but Neo wanted to kill her. So, like, it doesn't really, it's the same for me as when Neo wanted to kill her before to me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm reading the super chat. On principle, they should save Neo. On every other principle, fuck that bitch. Yeah, basically. You rescue her because the cat is worse. Not because she's a good person. That's basically what I've been trying to say with, like, the little thing. Is that people are so focused on the bad thing Neo did that they do not see the worst. Like, you know what I mean? There's a worse thing going on.
John seems to believe that, too, because as we're about to see, John tries to
like, sometimes you save people that don't deserve it. You know?
Batman rules.
My purpose, when a poor little heart is broken, I can fill it with mine. I'm afraid I have not been entirely honest with you, RWBY.
Also, he's starting to be creepy. Like, he's starting to show all his rows and rows of teeth, and it's just so nightmarish. What does RWBY say to that?
No!
Oh, yeah. I'm not like other
Exactly!
actors.
Neo just helped RWBY ascend. So it's fine. But yeah, like, being the hero means saving anyone even when they're bad guys. And that's what I think, too. And it's also just, like, it's disturbing because, like, Roman Holiday is about Neo not having any autonomy. And the cat just took all of her autonomy away, right? And so that's reason enough. That's the other reason why, not to rehash this with you, Hunter, but that's the other reason why I don't like the idea of the Jabberwocky thing, because the whole point of Roman Holiday was, like, that Neo was being controlled and that she was able to break free from that.
Yeah,
so by the Jabberwocky eating Neo and killing both Neo and the cat, it would be like freedom doesn't exist. Like, there are some things you can't escape from. And I guess maybe to the audience that doesn't sympathize with Neo is, like, fine, but, like, for me, in the context of Roman Holiday, that seems like a contradictory message.
What if the Jabberwocky's like a Dementor and it sucks Curious Cat out of Neo, leaving Neo unscarred?
I think that'd be interesting, because we don't know if the Jabberwocker can eat remnant people.
Yeah.
It tries, but that doesn't mean it can.
I'm still pro-cat.
I mean, I think the cat does have a point to be, like...
angry at God.
To be angry at God, yeah.
I went to Catholic school. I can relate to being angry with God.
Oh, yeah, Cal, apologize to Jean. I never said anything bad about John, but after this episode, I will say I have instated a temporary truce. We were never at war, but some people think that I hate Silent Night. I don't hate Silent Night, but if I did, I would be installing a temporary truce with Silent Night. Silent Night can have some rights now, because Jean tried to save Neo. So that, you know, yeah, I don't have any grudges towards Neo either. That's kind of how I feel, in a sense. I don't think that the cat being evil was rushed. He was always suspicious.
Yeah, that's true.
He was always sus, right?
Because, like, the Cheshire Cat as well. Like, they were always going to be a little immoral, a little
I'm disappointed that Neo sat there while the cat did that. I mean, she didn't, though. She got taught. She came back to kick his ass, right?
Can I read the rest of... I mean, it's so difficult because our center screen overlaps the screen over there where we have
it's fine.
The dialogue
I mean, because all the cat says is, I'm not like the other Aftians here. I'm cursed with curiosity. I need to know everything, but more than anything, I need to know why my makers left me, only to leave and make all of cut off.
And then he stops because they're bitten by Little.
Yeah.
And so we previously had a theory that this world was created after they left the world before Remnant.
Yeah. So there's two different things. Like, the cat is wrong or the cat is correct. I'm inclined to believe the cat is wrong because it makes for a more interesting outcome if the cat is wrong. What I mean by this is if you take what the cat says at face value, the gods made the ever after, decided, nah, and they left to go make Remnant, which is all fine and good, I guess, but I think it's much more interesting if things go as Hunter and I suggested, which is the implication that Remnant was made and the gods came here after because they realized that they did not like humans anymore and they wanted basically playthings that wouldn't rebel as much. You know what I mean? And so we had that theory and we have a video for that. Now, the question, it recontextualizes the gods to an extent if Remnant was a second attempt. But I actually think it's much more interesting for the Ever After to be the second attempt. And the reason why I think that is because, like...
We talked about this before, that everything that went wrong in the before Remnant times was that, like,
people had choice.
People had
choice.
Will. People didn't know what they were supposed to do. They didn't accept their role. So what if we made a place where everyone accepted and knew their role?
I think it's better if after Remnant, the gods came here, and the cat is just wrong. Like, I know that the cat is saying, you know what I mean? Like, I know what the cat is saying implies that they were after, like, that the Ever After was first and that Remnant was second.
Yes.
But it's more interesting if Remnant was first and the Ever After was second.
Or the before Remnant.
Because, like, it's interesting because you have the implication then that the gods have left for a third thing, for some other thing. And so the idea can be, like, no, you don't understand. The gods didn't leave to make us. The gods just left you again because that's what they do. They leave every single time they get bored. And that to me is the more interesting answer.
Yes.
Right? The idea that, like, it's not that it's not that the gods left the Ever After to go make the humans on Remnant, but it's actually that they came here after Remnant and just left again. Because that's what they constantly do. They make these things and they get bored and they abandon them. And that can make the cat a bit more, like, if they find that out, they can rein and pull the cat in a little bit. I feel because the cat is jealous that the gods left for Remnant. But now they can bond over the fact that the gods just abandoned them. It's a pattern of the gods' behavior. The cat doesn't actually know. So I feel like that it opens up the possibility that the cat's actually wrong. The gods didn't go to make Remnant. They actually left the Ever After, like, to make some other thing because they still weren't happy with this, because this is the other side of the extreme. I still like, because, right, the gods say this was like an experiment, but we'll learn from this. So why would they have that line in Volume 6? Like, the idea that they'll learn from this if they didn't actually make anything after Remnant.
The gods have ADHD.
Yeah, kind of. They have their little hyperfixations and abandon them in, like, a closet of unfinished projects,
Universes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I think that, to me, it works. It still works if it's the way that the cat says, but I like it better if it's like, no, they just fucked off again, right? They left Remnant, and they made this, and they got bored of this, so they just fucked off a third time, you know? And, like, so it's not that the cat was abandoned for humans, it's that the humans, like, they're always abandoned, you know?
Yes.
And so I think that's more interesting to me. It still works as the pattern of the gods' behavior, but what it doesn't work for is the idea that humans weren't what the gods left for. I think it's better if humans weren't the thing that the gods left for, so they can unite against the gods better. You know?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
But yeah. And so then Little does the bite.
So scary. And also the first, it sounds like...
He seems to, like, bleed
cause a little,
or
like,
something.
boo-boo.
Yeah.
Also, Little's so perfect. You're not a friend. Friends don't.
Yeah, he's like, they're like, so...
feisty.
I wasn't gonna say feisty.
So
I was gonna say, like, hopelessly...
Optimistic,
right?
But, like, such a sweetheart, Little is. Oh, no, my baby's in pain.
See, yeah, the cat also caused the Little some damage. But yeah, and so then Neo comes back, and, like, she whacks the cat, like, she whacks the cat. So, like, whether people want to admit it or not, like, not intentionally, she didn't have the intent, but, like, she saved RWBY from the cat.
She saved RWBY so that she could kill RWBY.
And that's the other reason why I'm like, if Neo like, I feel like it would kind of be a full circle moment if they saved Neo after Neo unintentionally saved RWBY versus Neo just dying, like we talked about before. Because, like, you know what I mean? Just because it's, like, Neo didn't need to do that. She kind of did it because she wanted RWBY to, you know, but, like, in a way, it'd be a more full circle moment if they saved Neo like Neo inadvertently saved RWBY. Because if Neo did nothing, she wouldn't be in the position that she was right now. You know what I mean? If she just let the cat kill her. So I think that, like, there's something about that I think is interesting. The idea that Neo unintentionally, like, rescued RWBY, and therefore that needs to be repaid later by the hero saving her. Because if Neo, like, just let it happen, RWBY would be dead or something. Like, something bad would happen, like, to RWBY, right?
Yes.
I don't know whether or not they'll acknowledge that, but the cat does say that in front of Jean, so they may be able to piece that together, but I think that was intended. Like, it was intended to have, like, Neo save her.
In a sense.
In a sense, yeah.
Only to try to kill her herself.
Does it count as saving someone if you did it for the intent? I mean, yeah, I think it still counts. It's like...
Vaguely.
It's vaguely counts. Like, it doesn't... It wasn't...
Not really, though.
It wasn't because she wanted to, but, like, RWBY would have ended up worse if this didn't happen.
Perhaps.
So... But yeah, so this was just, like, awful of her.
No, they say something.
You have to get up, we have to go.
Yeah, and it's just, and they sounded so sad, and then they get squished like the fly and the princess and the frog.
I'm not saying RWBY should be grateful, I'm just saying that it would be a full circle for the narrative.
Oh,
like,
look
you
at
know
my
what I
baby.
mean?
Look,
it'd be full circle for the narrative if, like, well, they can't leave Neo like that because Neo stopped RWBY from getting cat possessed.
Bigger boot. It's so sad.
Anyway.
Oh, he just disappears.
I love this moment too. Like, I love how Roman just, like, puts his hand on her shoulder.
I don't. It looks so bad. Like they killed a person. They killed Little.
It's okay though, because
Little will come back. But will Little come back the same? I don't think so. I think Little will be different. The Little we know has died.
RWBY needs Neo to change. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm thinking in a way, right?
Oh, Little.
But yeah, I mean,
I feel like if
Little's
there wasn't...
gonna come back, guys. It's okay.
I feel like if Little...
Also, we don't actually know if this happened, is the fuckity-wuckity part.
No, this happened.
But we don't...
Well, because we see Little's, like, on the ground next to RWBY.
Yeah, but we don't know, like... Did the cat do that? Because the cat yeeted Little away. Like,
no, because then it moves away. But it's very close. I know,
Hunter, but I'm saying, like, because we don't actually see any of the hallucinations when Team RWBY gets here. Yeah, so did Little die by the cat, and RWBY just thinks that it was Neo? Like, we still don't entirely know. You skip past Little dying, Little's not gonna come back. Yeah, Little's gonna ascend with RWBY. Because they both go to the tree.
They both, like, shimmer and go to the tree.
They both shimmer and go to the tree together. Little's not going to come back like Little was, but, like, they're still going to go together. But then
that's not Little. Unless,
but
like,
it is Little.
Unless,
Isn't that
like,
the point? They ascend.
Like, yeah, I know, but, like, Little's, like, purpose hasn't changed.
Right?
But the purpose hasn't changed,
but we don't
so maybe
know if
Little
Little's
comes
dead.
back as the same way.
They may just be passed out.
I don't know.
You know? Like, we still don't know. We don't know if Little's dead yet.
I don't know, man.
They both fell into the hole, so I think... It was a Neo trick? I'm not saying that Neo tricked RWBY, I'm saying RWBY tricked herself. Because at the end of this episode, there's a very suspicious shot where, like, RWBY is taking the tea from Neo, but Neo's not actually, like, there. Like, Team RWBY can't see her, which is bizarre.
That's kind of up for interpretation.
What is going on? So that's why I'm like, I'm not saying that, like, to defend her. I've already accepted that she's done it. I'm just saying there's something weird at the end of this episode where it's like Neo wasn't even there at all. So it's like, how much of this was RWBY having problems? I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? And how much of this was, like, actually Neo?
Oh, okay. I'm yawned quietly.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at the chat. The chat doesn't understand.
That's fine. They don't understand how I feel about Rose Garden either.
But yeah, like, this is when it happens, right? When she pushes over the teacup. Like, so they're both there. Wait, what does he say? I think it's time we've all got what we deserve.
We all got what we deserve.
Yeah. Are you ready to admit the truth that the world would be better off without you? I feel like that they said that twice. But yeah, I love how they look at each other, though. I know that like we're supposed to be sad or something, but yeah, I love this. I love this. It was like, I love the little nod they gave at each other, and like Neo's little evil, angry eyebrow. But see, here's where the weird shit happens, right?
Yes.
Like,
the gang comes
okay,
in.
so Neo is there.
But this kind of looks from their perspective because it's
Hold
at a
on,
distance.
but like, Neo is there in front of Ruby, but then they come in again. Right, so I don't know whose vision this is, because...
It looks like from their perspective.
But why did they run in twice?
Although they just go closer.
No, I think they come through the hole again.
No, they just come closer.
Because Juniper... Oh, I guess it's Juniper's the illusion. But what's weird is that Neo's not in the scene.
Well, because
and she's not even
well, she was walking. Well, she was walking backward.
No, but like even at the above angle, she's not here anymore.
But she was walking backwards,
but I don't think
maybe
it matters.
she walked all the way back to sit down.
I don't think that she did, Hunter. I think that she wasn't
was like
there.
All some elaborate hallucination.
No, not elaborate, but I think that like I don't know, man. I think that there's something weird with this. It's hard to judge by the shot, but I don't know. So they come in, right?
And she's walking
backward. She's walking backward, but then like
maybe pause.
Like the Juniper coming in is strange because it doesn't seem like she's even there anymore.
Yeah.
Animation error?
No, maybe not animation.
She walked to the chair? See, I don't think she walked to the chair. I think that she was in the chair the whole time. And that Neo was just a clone. Like that was just another version
like a manifestation of herself.
Here, yeah. I think here's what happened. Is that Neo, it wasn't enough for Neo to just kill Ruby. She wanted to watch herself kill Ruby with Roman. So she's been sitting in the chair the entire time.
Can she make herself invisible?
No, not invisible. I'm saying like that Neo is a clone.
Sure.
The real Neo has been
We're back in butterfly territory.
No, the real Neo has been sitting in the chair the entire time. Right? And that she wanted to watch herself kill Ruby with Roman. So she has been there in catatonic the entire time. She didn't walk back to the chair. She's literally been just sitting there.
Like, I'm not saying that's not a possibility.
The Neo in the chair
Do
is
you
the
know
real
what Occam's
Neo
razor
watching
is?
it happen. No, but that makes sense.
You hate Occam's razor.
But that makes sense. What the chat is saying makes sense. It's that Neo wasn't real. You know what I mean? Like that Neo was just an illusion of herself. She literally wanted to watch her and Roman kill Ruby. So she has been sitting there the entire time. I don't think it's a huge stretch though, because then Neo is back in the chair and the chair is like crackling. And so I think that like, I don't know how they would show that or how they would reveal that, right? You're overthinking, it doesn't matter, but it does matter because I think that's very interesting. If Neo is catatonic this entire time, just spacing out on caterpillar drugs or something.
Well, then that doesn't make sense because how did she do all the other things she did the entire time? How did she
They were clones. They were like Roman.
Well, how did she go? Did she not go out and meet them outside the paper pleasers?
No,
did she not?
She's been here in the chair the whole time.
But doesn't it also make sense that it kind of fucks her up, her killing Neo, or sorry, her killing Ruby, or maybe she thinks like, oh, this isn't like I killed her, but I still don't feel. I killed her, but I still don't feel any better. So what if that's her like sitting in the corner?
I still think it's interesting if she has been in the chair the whole time.
I mean, I guess.
Like she's been literally like, I don't know how to explain it. Like she's been literally in there manipulating everything. You know what I mean? And so then we have Yang, which is fucked up. Like for Yang to like have to watch. She comes back in and her sister's drinking the tea. But yeah, so here's the thing. Little is also glowing, which people don't seem to be realizing. And so I think that like both of them are going to the tree, even though Little didn't drink any.
Also, looks like Cress and Rose fell with her.
Yeah, so they all fell and they're all going to the tree together.
But I guess that hole didn't look like the hole in the wall I was wrong.
This is what I'm thinking, because this is kind of strange. Theory rejected? Guys,
just let it go. I believe in you. You can let it go.
Like, I predicted so much shit and you're still doubting me?
Okay. You also predicted that this world. You also no. You also predicted that this world was created by Ozpin's daughters. You also thought that Neo brought in all of stole the relics and brought it in with her. You also thought Jean was a butterfly. You also thought that
I predicted so many things this episode.
You also thought that the background you were gonna see like Miss Beat and all these other background characters.
We still saw
None of that has turned out to be true. So you're not omnipotent.
No, but nobody's perfect.
I know.
I'm just saying.
So don't be like, listen, guys, I'm perfect.
Well,
you should listen to me.
I'm saying I have been so right. So don't doubt me anymore.
Except have you been? Because we just focused on the
theories we made about like Salem's daughters, that was before the volume even started. I'm saying that during the run of the actual volume, I called that Lewis existed when other people didn't think he existed, okay? Like that John...
I called that one first, I think.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, because I noticed that the footsteps...
Hunter, we talked about this last week. Don't you remember? We're not going to talk about it again.
I saw the footsteps. I know, good lord. But...
Like, we talked about the fact that Lewis existed.
Yeah.
And that was...
Plenty of people felt that, but...
No.
Okay, just because you see dummies disagreeing with you doesn't mean that it was still a general...
But there wasn't plenty. Like, there was, like, a lot of different ideas. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, we theorized that the gods made this place, and we were right about that, so it seems.
That was also my idea, wasn't it?
It was both of our ideas. We talked about the cat being evil, right? Which you didn't you agree with, or you didn't agree with?
I said that they were pretty amoral.
Yeah, and I was like, the cat is sus from like episode 3 or whatever we saw them.
I said that from the beginning too.
You know, so I'm just saying, like, you thought Alex was the blacksmith, but we don't know if Alex is the blacksmith yet. We don't know stuff like that. Also, no, I thought that Alex is Juniper.
That's
what's on my
You also thought Alex was Juniper, which is kind of I don't think is
confirmed.
True. I mean, I think they kind of, like...
I know, Dar, but people were saying that the shadow was older Alex, or that the 2 things that fell were the relics, or that Alex was trans, and she transitioned. Like, people had a lot of different things. Like, yes. So what I'm saying is that I've done a good job, since the volume has actually progressed, of picking up into the storytelling.
Okay,
so
but that's just...
So don't doubt me.
But it's so, like, they're not going to confirm something like that, really, at this point.
Well, we don't...
So, like, you'll never know.
About what?
About, like, unless we, like, text, like, Miles or
it doesn't...
Kiersey, like...
Even if we don't find out, though, I mean, it's up for interpretation. Does this actually change anything?
No.
You know what I mean?
No, but the fact that you're just like, I'm right, is that... So it's not up for interpretation.
I'm not saying I'm right.
No, except you are, though.
But I'm saying...
You're pushing back on it now. You're moving goalposts, but...
No.
You did
what
say
I
you
meant
were right.
was everybody being like, it's wrong. She just walked to the chair. Like, I think that it's like, okay, but like, there's no reason why it can't be this. Nobody said a reason why it cannot be that Neo was in the chair the whole time. I'm just annoyed because people were also like, oh, but Alex is the one that made it back to Remnant because she wrote the story. Like, taking every little thing at face value. Like, when we know that Neo can make illusions, I'm not saying that this is the answer, but I'm saying that I dislike when people are so certain that a theory is not true because...
Except you are certain the other way that your theory is so true.
Well, no, I just don't
You're the same way.
I want to bring up the idea of uncertainty in the middle. You know
Except
what I mean?
You don't like when people are uncertain or push back against your ideas. You fight back.
I'm saying, like, it doesn't...
I love how there's comprehensive trans healthcare in the ever after.
Yeah, I know, right?
I feel the same way, Aaron. I feel the same way.
I'm like, it doesn't matter, or... How do I explain this? It's like how people were so sure that Alex was the one that wrote the story just because they said it. You know what I mean? It's like, just because it's told to you doesn't mean that that's necessarily the truth. And so I just think that, like, you know, I don't like the, oh, well, clearly she walked to the chair. Clearly Alex got back to Remnant because she wrote the story. Clearly, like, Juniper isn't Alex because Jean and Juniper are together and Alex didn't like Jean. Like, I think that, like, I don't like when people say, clearly you're wrong. I'm more okay with, I'm not sure, you know? Like,
you're UK with like Occam's razor. It just seems a lot simpler for her not to do that.
But like, simple? I don't know. Like, I don't want things to be
it's still
simple.
abstract, you know? And that's what I like about this ending. It gets very abstract.
Yeah, and so I think it's nice if it's left up to the interpretation of, like, whether or not that Neo was real, or if she was, like, in the chair watching it all happen. I also just think, though, like, it's not that they're hiding it from us, Dar. It's more so that, like, I don't think they're actually hiding it at all. I think that in the case that Neo was always sitting in the chair, it's just a case of, like, bad blocking, I guess? Or, like, blocking, like, vague blocking? You know what I mean? Like, versus that they're trying to hide it or something. I think it was just that, like, if this is correct, I think it's more a matter of they're not trying to hide it, but the blocking was just vague. And so I think that, like, there's something more fucked up about the idea that Neo made a clone so she could watch herself do it, because that's how much she wanted to do it. You know what I mean? Like, she wanted to see herself kill RWBY so much that she sat in the chair and watched it happen. Like, I think that that's actually very
Cal,
interesting.
you've played too much Kingdom Hearts. You've been trained to expect pretzel mind logic.
But I think that, like,
Did you catch that super chat?
Maybe I didn't. If that was the intention, there would have been a shot of the illusion Neo,
Good point, C-Mills.
hiding Neo sitting in the chair shattering or something. I don't know what that means.
Like, they would have insinuated somehow that this Neo was the fake the whole time. They're just being very vague.
But this Neo is real.
That Neo, but the other Neo is fake.
Oh, I see what you're saying. But, like,
also, everyone keeps on saying
matter.
Neo got vored. You guys are incorrect. Neo didn't get vored. Neo did the voring. The Curious Cat. They got vored.
Anyway, like, I just think that it's interesting if she wanted a third-person perspective.
I always knew we'd get a 4 to 5 hour stream, but I never thought this would be the reason why we're still here. Was she or was she not in a chair?
I mean, I'm not saying she was or she wasn't. I'm saying it would be interesting if she was the whole time. And there's nothing to say that she wasn't.
I guess so.
You know?
Other than, like, it's less of a leap in logic.
But, like, is it that much of a leap considering everything Neo just did?
Yeah, I guess.
Everything Neo just did, and this is the leap in logic, right?
It's not even a leap in logic. It just feels unnecessary. You know?
I think it is necessary, though.
Is it? Like,
because
what's gained?
I feel like that it shows Neo's mindset, like, how disturbed she is a lot more.
I think people are upset because I'm pushing you.
Yeah. I mean, don't you think that it shows, like,
well, no, because
her mentality a lot more if she literally wants to watch herself kill RWBY? I think it does. I think that adds something.
I feel like she would want to, like, but also, like, you could make the argument that, like, why would she want to watch? She probably wants to, like, join in the fun, you know?
Because, like, it's not enough to do it. She wants to watch herself do it.
Some people like watching themselves do
yeah,
it. That's why you.
Exactly.
That's why you put up a mirror on the ceiling or film yourself.
That's what I'm saying. It's not about.
That's a sex joke.
Her,
anyways,
I know.
Okay, I didn't know
she wanted to do it, but it's like that she wants to watch the fantasy of her and Roman having done it together, right? Like, it's about the fantasy. You know what I mean? She can't look in the third person with her eyeballs, guys.
Anyways,
don't you think that's interesting?
I just don't find
like,
it that
watch
compelling.
it.
I mean,
like,
it's fine.
She's creating the story and watching it happen.
It's fine, but it's like it doesn't like I didn't like I don't know. I don't salivate at it. I'm not like perfect.
Yeah, but I guess to answer your question of why, it's like she's first of all it's for the control, and then also because it's not about the physical action of killing RWBY, it's her writing the story she wanted. Like, she's the author sitting in the chair controlling everything. Is how I see it. Don't anyways me, Hunter, you brought it up. But yeah, I'm just explaining.
You brought the thing up.
I think it's interesting. Like, I like that idea because it fits more in the theme of the fairy tale, too. Like, this idea, like, writing, like, building her own story. Right, with Roman and everything. Like, how she imagines things should have ended with her and Roman killing RWBY together. And watching that.
Hunter, please. Let him be quiet.
But yeah, I like this too. You finally done it! Right? And, like, Roman's so excited about that. Little Red's gone with your oh, God.
With your stremblance.
With your semblance stronger than ever now, we could take over this whole absurd place. And then she shakes her head, which I think is so interesting. Like, there's so much. It's still her hands, guys. Even if it's the clone, it's still her hands. It's like, didn't we talk about this another week? Like, do we think Neo can feel what the clones feel? Wasn't that something we talked about?
That if she was sleeping with Roman and she can feel what the Roman clones feel, that would be pretty wild.
I think you mentioned that.
There was an episode of Black Mirror about that.
No, you didn't say that. It was like Star Trek or something like that, or I don't know, one of those shows where like a character had clones and they could feel all the other things that the clones were feeling. Maybe it was somebody in the chat.
I don't know. I don't know what I would have been referring to.
Anyway, but yeah, like if she can feel everything the clones feel, it's still the same. That's funny though. I think that's like the idea that like she could feel herself fucking Roman. Or sorry, she can
fucking Roman. Wow, Neo made a strap on?
No, it's still fucking even if it's the other way. Like, you know what I mean?
But like, okay, so in my sense, fucking is like
I think fucking is mutual. Fucking doesn't need to be penetrative. Fucking is like mutual.
We have different views on the word
anyway,
fucking.
So what I'm saying
but then, like,
is,
someone, like, there's typically the fucking and then there's the being
fucked.
fucked.
I don't think so. I see it as a mutual. You know? Like, it's mutual.
I can say some things, Cal, that you don't want me to say on stream.
What I'm saying is that, like, she can
Chat,
feel what
I want
Roman
you
feels,
to be happy
and she
for
can
the,
feel
like,
what
the
Neo
superhuman
feels.
amount of restraint I'm showing right now.
But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, she can feel both things.
When she pegs Roman, and how Roman feels when she gives her a reach around.
She can feel it from both sides. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Anyways.
Anyway.
I'm sure you can put that in your fanfiction.
Oh, God. And then...
I am applying for a job. Like
Does
a serious job.
They're not gonna find you, Hunter.
I really hope that, I mean, they won't watch a 5-hour-long video, but
They're
if they did,
imagine
if they caught us talking about pegging here.
I really have to pee. So, please don't go forward, because I have opinions on this.
Okay,
but
we all do.
You can, I don't know, talk about something else, I guess. You should tell them about my fanfic and how you're enjoying it so much. No? Don't want to talk to them about the Roman and Neo scene in my fanfic?
Cal is the horniest human being I've ever met in my life. Like, it's really distressing sometimes. Like, like, she's writing that fanfiction. There are steamier scenes in that fanfiction. And part of me is just like, okay, you feel strongly. I don't know. If you read the fanfiction, you'll see that. If you ever wanted to imagine how, Cal imagines Roman and Neo going at it, you can. It's interesting. Also, that was weird about... It's also weird about Cal talking about, like, Neo fucking Roman. You think Roman's a bottom? I could see that. I could see Roman getting pegged. I'd be down for that. There's been an amplified level of horny. Arnold, please control your girlfriend. Honest to Christ. It's not me. I'm not the one making these jokes. It's Cal. Well, that's not true. I didn't make that mirror on the ceiling joke. God, I really hope people who are hiring me do not, like, find this video. That would be devastating for my credentials. Like, really rather poor. God, what else? No, I could be snitching on each other. I'm not. I won't snitch. A superhuman amount. You should all, like, congratulate me for the superhuman amount of restraint I'm showing by not putting Cal on blast by some of the things she said there. Because, like, ouch. Anyways.
What did I say? Why?
Buckle your belts back up.
No, I've had it undone this whole time.
You have? Oh,
yeah,
never mind then.
It's just because sitting it was kind of cutting into my stomach.
I
so
see. That makes sense.
I unbuckled it.
Anyways, we were dragging you. Arnold shows up right when you were being aggressively horny, which I feel like when that happens, like, oh no, my girlfriend's being thirsty in front of a streaming audience of 300 people. And then the bat signal goes up.
I love how I joined 3 times. Damn, Arnold, that's just been the entire stream. I mean, you know what I wonder? Like, what if the reason why, like, I'm not feeling well is because of this. Like, I don't cough this much outside of in here.
Because of the soundproofing?
Yeah, I don't know.
My guess is, like, do you think... I don't know. Who knows?
You're
also just yelling
maybe.
a lot.
No, but, like, outside of the room, like, but just now, I didn't cough at all.
This is when you talk the most. This is when you, scream
but I just mean even
so
just...
it makes sense.
I don't know.
Okay, you had feelings about these lines?
Yes. I do have feelings. Because I think...
I also did pitch your thing a bit, you know?
What, my...
fanfiction.
Oh, okay. What did you say?
I said that if you actually wanted to watch how Cal imagines Roman and Neo fuck, you can always read her fanfiction.
That won't happen for another 2 months at the rate that it's being updated.
Or you could read her older one and see how she imagines Neo and Fox going at it.
But yeah, so to talk about the dialogue, I hope your cough gets better. Yeah, me too. I mean, this isn't from today. This has just been this week for some reason. I guess maybe I did something. Again. But it could be allergies, because my grandfather's coughing too. And, like, he's allergic. Dust? You know what? Actually, yeah, I believe it.
Because you don't...
I did vacuum.
Oh, that's good.
But, still. The candles kind of make a lot of dust because, like, the soot is going in the air. And,
fair.
like, even though the soot's, like, it's kind of micro particles, I'm sure that it... Anyway.
I was going to cough like a Neo butterfly.
Okay. So, yeah. So, to talk about Neo, right? Like, I think this is so interesting because Roman is like, yeah, let's take over this place. And it's so... Like, okay. I'm just going to talk. I'm not going to try to make it succinct. Like, this is how Roman always was, right? He was looking at, like, the big picture and on to the next heist. Yes. And let's just move on and, like,
and Neo just wanted to not be where she was.
Yeah.
Wants to be
like,
free
Roman's always,
herself.
He's trying to find the next heist, the next thing to do, the next thing to, like, make his name, you know, to make his name known.
Ring out on the streets.
In Roman Holiday, it's very much like that he's like, you know, like, now it's coffee, but next, like, let's have it be dust. And Neo doesn't actually care about any of that. She just cares about being with him. So I think it's very interesting now how, like, the Roman clone is saying, like, hey, like, yeah, we got Ruby, now let's take over the world. Like, he already has an agenda. Like, you know what I mean? He already has something that he wants to do next, right? I know he's not real, so it's, like, Neo's subconscious or whatever. But, like, it makes so much sense, I guess, for Roman to say that, right? For him to say, like, oh, you know, like, all right.
That's
next? Done. What's next? Like,
that can't be all you wanted.
Move on, right?
Right?
Like, and so I think that's so fucked. And I feel like Neo's in actual, like, pain here. Like, this is the most pained I think we've seen her, other than in the OP when she looks really sad. And so he's like, why not? Like, offing Little Red isn't all you wanted, right? Like, and he says that so sadly.
Yes.
He's almost like, our time together can't end like this. Like, you know, like, I feel like that's kind of the undertone that, like, if this is all Neo wanted, that would also mean that Roman went away. You know, like that Roman's gonna disappear. If this is all Neo wanted to do, that would mean Roman goes away as well. And so, I think that's very interesting. Like, sort of the idea that, that Roman wants to keep going.
It's almost like Neo's losing her purpose.
Well, yes. But, like,
which is probably why the cat was able to
She completed it.
Yeah,
in a sense. So. This was her purpose. This is all she wanted.
And now she's hollow without it.
Yeah.
Which is kind of
how I don't think it's even that she's just hollow without it. I think it's that she realized that it didn't change anything. Because the reason why in Roman Holiday she doesn't mind when Roman moves on to the next thing is because she's always with him. But, like, now, it's like she wanted to kill Ruby, but that didn't bring Roman back. And I think that's what she's realizing here. Like, it's kind of hard, obviously, because we don't know what Neo is thinking. But I think that she's sort of realizing here that, like, she got what she wanted, and it didn't make her feel any better because it didn't bring her back.
So, yeah.
Like, in Roman Holiday, the contrast is that Neo's actions bring Roman back. Like, that's supposed to be what's contrasted. But here, what she does doesn't bring Roman back, and that's where she's at a loss. Like, every other time in Roman holiday, she's able to save Roman and bring him back. That's why she does everything that she does. But now, like, she's done this, and it didn't actually bring Roman back. The question is, I guess, why she wouldn't be satisfied living with the clone, I guess. Right? Because that's the only thing I'm not sure about, like, why the clone isn't enough. You know? She's realizing the Roman she materialized isn't real either. Well, yeah, I guess to take her revenge on RWBY, there has to be some acknowledgement that Roman is dead.
Oathkeeper right? Asks, vengeance is a reptile at what cost?
Yeah.
A cost is having a cat shoved down your throat.
I think the idea that Neo hates the people she hates more than she loves the people she loves is interesting, maybe.
Yeah, that's troubling.
But yeah, it's like when that joy, that thrill doesn't thrill you like you think it will. Yeah, I think I was singing that actually earlier today.
Is that a RWBY song?
No, it's from Wicked.
Oh.
It's like, hold on, I'll pause the music so it's not too jarring, but like, Glinda's like, I couldn't be happier, simply couldn't be happier, and she has this whole song about like how she's happy now with Fiyero, but then she's like, there's a kind of a sort of cost, and a couple of things get lost, and there are bridges you crossed you didn't know you crossed until you crossed. And then that's the line that Jam Jam said. That's what happened next. Obviously, I'm in no state to be singing right now, but I think that this is actually, like, very interesting. Like, this idea that, like, she got what she wanted. Yeah, I feel like that maybe they should have drawn this part out a little bit too, but I think that, somebody else said it. Let me see. Focusing on RWBY was just so she didn't have to actually grieve Roman.
Yeah.
That's what I think. It's like now she has to kind of admit that Roman is dead. And like the Roman she's hearing is just a clone.
And it just kind of leaves her hollow.
Yeah.
Which is compelling. I like that.
I mean, I know what you guys are saying in terms of the clone not being real. I wouldn't mind that, but I guess she would. Like, if Roman Torchwick came out of... Okay, let me rephrase. If we were in Black Mirror, right?
Yes.
And there was some sort of virtual reality.
Or that robot
where I could be fucked by Roman Torchwick. And it felt real. I really wouldn't care if I knew that Roman was not real. But I think that the chat has a point in the sense that acknowledging that she got her revenge on Roman means that accepting that Roman is dead. Because why would you want revenge on RWBY if Roman wasn't dead? So it's not like she can live in the delusion because those are contradictory delusions. You cannot believe that Roman is alive and then also want RWBY dead because those are contradicting. The revenge shattered the illusion. Exactly. She spent so much time, hold on. She spent so much time and effort telling RWBY her life has no meaning and purpose. She realizes that now she's exactly like RWBY. Exactly. And that's what I believe. Like, that's what I think. You guys are reacting to what I said a couple minutes ago. But I believe that is why. You know? Like, the clone cannot coexist. You know? Yeah, there's a Black Mirror episode about that. But yeah. I know it wouldn't be the same.
AI Hunter?
But I may be autistic enough to accept AI Hunter. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have the same... I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like, I just don't have the same physical connections to things as people. You know? Like, I have connections to the people, but like...
So you're fine if my personality was indiscernible.
Yeah, I probably would be.
Well, if it was indiscernible, then I wouldn't mind either. I don't think anybody would.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like,
it's like, oh, Hunter, like this version of Hunter thinks and acts and knows all the same thing. If Hunter became like a robot and was the exact same as you, what's the difference, really, between you and the robot? Yeah. Right? Like, isn't that what RWBY makes a point out of? That Penny's not any less human because she has flesh, like, she doesn't have flesh, and you know what I'm saying? Right? And so, if Hunter was replaced with a robot, like, I would still love Hunter just as much as I love Hunter right now. You know? Like, I wouldn't love
Hunter any less because it's all the parts about Hunter that I already like. I don't like that Hunter is human. I like her for who she is.
Could my robot human body
Right?
fuck Roman robot human body?
But you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, no, I
people
don't disagree with
the
you.
physical forms that they have, or are people
Who
like,
they are.
Who they are.
And what they know and how
Exactly.
they feel. Yeah, I would agree with you.
Cattle on top of Oh, man. I'm sorry, Hunter.
I'm okay with that.
Exactly. Like, it's somebody's heart, you know?
I love
Not
how
their
I'm
body.
the emotional support and Roman's the dicking.
Well, it's because the chat said you.
That's a shame. I can't get laid as a robot.
So, I'm just saying. It wouldn't have Hunter's soul. I mean, it
Yeah,
depends
fuck
on what you
souls.
believe is a soul, right?
I don't really believe in those.
You
so.
know? Detroit becoming human. Would you try to rescue the human Hunter? I mean, I don't know if I'd be
You
very
would take
good
the
at
robot Hunter to try to rescue the real Hunter, but he probably wouldn't be that worried. No one would because the real
I'd still
Hunter,
be worried, but like,
you know, somewhere out there, understand that the
the
real
clone
Hunter.
version cannot replace Roman, is my point. I'm just saying, I'd be okay with it, but I understand why she's not, right?
Hunter, the emotional support robot. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I've been here for so long. But yeah, I think that is true. But
Okay.
I kind of want, like, Neo to stay in the ever after with clone Roman and go on little adventures.
Cloneman, if you could.
Yeah. Like, I know it'll never replace Roman, but, like, that's what I want the ending to be. Why are you looking at me like this? Do
No,
you
it's
need
just
something?
no, it's not. We're just talking about robots, and it's like, you know,
But yeah, like,
dramatic scenes we're about to see that we're.
Also, interesting that they use the brown eye and not the pink one. Like, I just wonder if that's sort of like she's back to trivia again, like having no one and being alone and being unloved.
I
Like,
like
that's why
that.
they're using
That's
like
clever.
the trivia eye versus. I mean, they're both her eyes.
Yes.
But the two sides clearly represent something different, right?
Yes.
So
This is
yeah,
true.
I think that it would be interesting if at the end, like, that Neo makes the clone Roman but accepts that it's a clone, right? Like, not as a replacement to him, but just for the culture, for the adventure, right?
For
And
the
they go
culture.
on little ever after adventures, and E.C. Myers writes a whole book about Neo and Roman in the ever after, right?
Oh man. Okay. Anyways, traumatized people.
Yes, there are traumatized people, indeed.
No,
like,
I need
Nobody,
her.
like, runs to the hole or anything.
Well, they
like,
already know she's gone. Like
even John's like, no, that's too
man.
bad. Like, yeah, I don't know how to explain
lost
it.
another redhead that I cared for.
Yeah, like, he's just like, unfortunate, right?
I love how the teeth is so funny.
I think this is where we went back because, I don't know what it was that we went back for, but we just needed to see it again. Okay.
Oh, man.
So yeah, Ruby drinking the tea. Yeah, I don't know why we went back in the reaction. These are all... this is
her
fucked up,
eyes.
too.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that shot is really good. But yeah, see, this is weird, too. Like, what is this, like, shot? You know what I mean? Why did they do this? Isn't that sort of... This is also why I was like, oh, that's
It's
the
more of
clone
an-
Neo,
it's more
and
of
this
an
is a
intimate
different
shot.
one. Like, why didn't they just start here? It's... I don't know.
Are we still back at...
No.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, this is what really jerked me. Like, you know what I mean?
I thought Roman would be jerking you, but...
This is what, like,
Robot
jerked me
Roman.
around in terms of, like, not understanding, like, the shot composition a little was, like, we got, like, 3 seconds of this, and then it went into this, right? But yeah, and so, the cracking. But yeah, I loved all this, because I think even though it's not told to us, you can see that Neo is, like, realizing that she's not, like, satisfied with this outcome, that she doesn't know who she is anymore. She's just, like, trivia again. Right? And I love how, like, the cat looks at the tree, and it's still raining.
Like, son of a bitch, I know what
Yang
you
is about to have a fucking heart attack right now.
her sisters died. Oh, yeah.
See, and, like, this is crazy. Because I do think, and, like, again, this is another thing where you guys can, like, tell me I'm wrong if you want, but, like, it it really doesn't matter, and so just let me have this, please?
Yeah.
Right?
We already let you have Robot Roman that you use as your concubine.
Think that, like, Neo was drugging herself to make herself stronger with the tea, which is why all the tea leaves are there. She wasn't ascending because she didn't, like, lose her purpose yet, but she's been in that chair, sitting there, and,
also,
like,
how creepy
emotionless.
Curious Cat is with those rows of teeth.
And John
scary.
says, take us to her. You still don't get it, do you? It's not a place you go, it's a place you know, but it doesn't matter now. I have actually found a much better solution to my problem.
I also watched the behind-the-scenes things that Aaron posted.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because Aaron like hops around like a gremlin pretending to be Curious Cat.
And during the reaction, I was like, stay away from her! Like that meme where it's like, get a job! Stay away from her! But yeah, anyway. And so, see, this is pretty, like, this whole scene was crazy.
I also, wait, you missed it there, but Blake pushes Yang out of the way to protect her.
Well, I guess it's just her hand in front of her, right?
No, but
it's
when the laser beam hits.
Oh, hold on. We'll go slowly.
Yeah, she jumps in front of her.
You can't really tell because it's a back shot.
I know,
yeah,
but
she
I
does
saw
do that.
in the movement she does.
But it's not from the front. That's why I was like, what are you talking about? There's not another front shot. But yeah, they just all get fucking blasted.
And I love how Juniper saves.
But yeah,
John.
I think that this is interesting. Like, I love the cat transformation, first of all.
The big black and white. It's so creepy. And the red mouth,
creepy.
It's so creepy.
But, like, see, so about Neo not moving, right? Okay. So about Neo not moving, I know that people are just saying that she's catatonic or whatever because she's lost her purpose. Here's what I think. I think to get stronger, Neo has been taking the tea leaves.
Yes.
And that's why there's all the tea here. Because there are multiple teacups filled with a lot of tea. And she clearly has figured out what the tea and the leaves do. So here's what I think. I think that Neo, and this is just my opinion, so like I said, let me have this. There's nothing to contradict this per se, so it doesn't really matter if it's true or not. I just like the interpretation. That Neo was in the chair the entire time controlling everything. And watching, whatever. Watching everything. Right? And she's been taking the tea in order to, like, hallucinate better. It's not necessarily that the tea gives you strength, it gives Neo strength because it lets her be delusional. Right?
Sure.
And so she has been zooted this whole time. Exactly. Right? And so, like, it's not only that she can't move because she's purposeless and catatonic, I also think she's physically paralyzed. Because there's something very interesting that happens in the OP, that there's a thing of, like, sugar, and when it falls into the tea, it turns into the same color as the leaves. And we see Neo, like, drinking it. So basically, I think this is supposed to be a parallel to when in Roman Holiday, her parents drug her and she's paralyzed there. Like, it's the exact same thing, except Roman isn't going to save her this time. Because what happens in Roman Holiday is that the mom drugs them with the sugar, I guess. Right? And Neo is paralyzed. She can feel everything that's going on, but she can't move, and she can't, she couldn't talk to begin with, but she can't move, right? But she's experiencing everything. And so, if Neo is Neo has been in the chair the entire time, and she's kind of gone a little, like, frozen from the Ascension drugs, like, the Ascension tea. She's, like, kind of seeing something, like, at the herbalist. And so, yeah, and, like, that would explain why she came behind and smacked the cat from behind to a certain extent, and why she's sort of bouncing around in ways that don't entirely make sense if she was in the chair the whole time. So, it's not only, the sugar in the opening, it's not only the case that it's that she's lost all her purpose so she's not fighting back, because you can see that Neo is actually terrified. So I think it is literally that she cannot move. So what you're saying is the tree leaves either strengthen one's purpose or give someone a new one. Exactly, right? The tree will only take you if you don't have a purpose, but because Neo has a purpose, it made her purpose stronger, right?
And that's why you think she has more powerful...
RWBY ascended because RWBY had no purpose, but the tree leaves made Neo better at completing her purpose.
Except she already gained those powers the second she landed before she even touched a leaf.
Well, I mean, but she was able to make clones in Roman Holiday. I'm saying the fact that they can talk and stuff like that. Like the expansion on the clones.
But the fact that she has so many.
You would only ascend if you were losing the purpose. We also don't know, like, you know what I mean, Hunter? I'm saying that, like, yeah, I think her semblance has been upgraded, but to upgrade to this degree, I think that there's also something else. Maybe. Like, I think that, like, the first layer is that she's just, like, has nothing to live for, so what's the point? But you also can see, like, in her eye movements here, that she's scared, but she's not doing anything about it, which seems very unlike Neo. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, for Neo to just let this happen, right? And so, like, you can see that her pupils and her eyes are changing, but she's not actually doing anything to fight back against the cat, which is strange considering how powerful she is. And so I think that even though the surface level interpretation is valid in terms of the fact that, like, she's lost hope, so what's the point? I think that based off of the fear that is in her eyes, what is speaking to me is more the idea that she's actually cannot move because she has abused the tree leaves to such a degree and become delusional. And, like, that would connect back with Roman Holiday, and it would also be like, well, this was of Neo's own making. The reason why she can't fight back is literally because she was so caught up in revenge. Like, the revenge literally took her away. Like, she didn't realize what would happen to her pursuing this. You know? Yeah. Because, like, don't you think that's odd, Hunter? She doesn't even raise her arms to try, but
I don't know.
Looks so scared.
But I think she's having something of a psychotic break.
Maybe.
So, like,
I like the idea it's both. I like the idea that she's breaking down, she realizes that she should get away and she can't move. Sure. You know? I kind of like that. And I like the Roman Holiday connection because before, when Neo was paralyzed, Roman came to save her. But, like, now there is no Roman. So, will someone save her this time? Right? I do think that the heroes should save her, right? But from Neo's perspective, it's like no one's coming to rescue you. And see, that's why I think someone should come rescue Neo, because Neo thinks no one's going to rescue you. You know? Yes. Like, I feel like that, again, not to go over the same things that we did before, but the idea of, like, oh, well, Neo dies from the Jabberwock, Neo dies this way, or whatever. It's like, but doesn't that reinforce the message that no one's coming to save you? Because the whole point of Roman Holiday was that her parents drugged her, but Roman was there to rescue her. So, like, now it's like, oh, see, it's different this time. Roman's not here, so no one's coming to save you. You just want to end stuff like that with this idea that no one's coming? Like, that to me is very bleak.
She can be a tragic character. Those are allowed to exist. Not the only time RWBY has had a tragic
to send the message to the audience, though.
Pyrrha was pretty tragic.
But you know what I mean?
Lionheart was pretty tragic.
To the audience, it's like, no one was coming to save her, and she was right. It's like that thing that RWBY said, like, usually when a character says...
But she put herself in that situation.
Usually when a character says, if you come with me, everything will be worse, I'll just die, the characters are usually saying, no, it won't be worse. But in the case of RWBY, like, Little did die. But I think that not the twist, but, like, the thing that they're gonna do with that is that, yes, like, Little ascended, I guess, because they stayed with RWBY, but now they're gonna become something better. And so that's the track of, like, the metaphor, I guess, is that just like how RWBY was like, don't come with me, like, I'll just lead you to die too. It's like, that's what RWBY thought, but that's not actually true. And so I would hope that Neo thinks no one is going to save her and someone saves her.
You are coping so hard for Neo to be saved.
I'm just saying, like, I just hope. I said I hope, right?
You know what hope rhymes with? Hope.
But yeah, like, I'm not saying that characters can't be tragic, but to the perspective of the audience, right? Like, usually that would be framed in no one is coming to save you, like, because you don't, you know, what, like, Adam, nobody's coming to save Adam because Adam pushed everybody away, ran off the continent, abused his ex-girlfriend, like, you know what I mean? Like, did all those things that led him to be entirely alone. So Adam is deserving of falling off.
Neo also got in this position because she just thirsted after revenge.
I suppose suppose, but like it's not her fault.
She got
Roman's
duped
dead.
by, and she worked with a terrorist, and she got duped by all these idiots. So like, it's partially her fault.
Yeah, partially, but like, it's like, I don't know. It's different when a character makes their own decisions and faces the consequences of that. Someone like Hazel, right? Or like
she
Adam.
Is facing the consequences of her decision.
But Roman dying was not a decision.
No,
and
but
so
the other
it, like,
stuff
you know
was.
what I mean?
Like getting involved with the terrorist was chasing.
Well, no, that was because Roman was threatened by Cinder? ? But like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's like Hazel. Hazel chose to follow Salem, and like at the last minute switch sides, and that's I can accept that they died. Like I can accept that Hazel died that way and was sort of tragic, but like. The message with Hazel was never like no one's coming to say. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what a better
We've
analogy
talked about
would
this
be for
already,
it.
so.
I mean, this is sort of different, but I don't know. It'd be like if like with Whitley, it was like, oh, like yeah, the reason why Whitley hates you is because you guys left him alone, and the message was no, Whitley deserved to be left alone. Actually, like the whole point of Willow saying that the reason why Whitley resents Winter and Weiss is because they abandoned him. The entire point of that is to sympathize with Whitley.
Yeah,
so it'd be really weird if they were like, actually, and they were right. Whitley deserves
I'm not
to be
saying
alone.
Neo's not sympathetic for this, but she did kind of like fuck herself, you know?
Oh yeah, she did. But I'm saying like, it reminds me, like in terms of the construction, like in the construction of like how it is portrayed, you wouldn't blame Whitley for being kind of shitty to his like you can, but like the show makes the point that it's also partially Weiss and Winter's fault.
I guess so.
Right? And so that's what I'm sort of saying in terms of this. Like, I'm just thinking, like, it would be like if they were like, your sister's abandoned you.
I think the show blames Jacques.
Oh no, yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
So the
it's
show
like,
doesn't
your
blame
sister's
Winter.
abandoned you, and you were right. Like, you know what I mean? Like, most of the time, the point of pointing things out is that they're wrong, or that there
Whitley
needs to
is a
be
child,
wrong.
Neo's a grown woman.
I
Anyways,
know. I'm not saying that Whitley and Neo are the same. I'm saying the actual, like, how the dialogue is shown to the audience. It's not about the situations being comparable in any way. I'm saying how the situation's portrayed to the audience. It would be fucked up if Willow said that and Weiss was like, nah, fuck my brother, actually. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the reason why these things are pointed out is so the characters can think about, like, prove them wrong.
Cal, I understand you feel strongly about this. However, it's almost 7:30 and I would like to eat dinner sometime.
Yeah, so. I know. But I'm just saying, you know, we have to talk about it, Hunter. I fed you. You don't want any banana bread? Really but yeah, like, guys, I wasn't trying to compare that Whitley and Neo are the same. I was trying to say of how their situations are shown in terms of, like, to the audience. It'd be really fucked up if they were like, yeah, fuck my brother, though. Like, and so I think with Neo, it's like the fact that Roman Holiday made her sympathetic in the way that you don't want no one to come save Neo. The whole point is that even no matter how bad things get, someone will come save you. And that will, like, it's contradictory if it's like, no, fuck you, actually, you were right. No one is gonna come save you. Like, that's nepotism, right?
Sure.
Like, in a sense. But yeah, I'm not trying to compare them. I'm just trying to compare the portrayal of the dialogue. Like, I don't know what to call it. There's not a word for it. But it's just that type of dialogue of, like, you're hopeless and you think no one's going to come save you, and you think no one loves you, but the character's supposed to be proven wrong.
Yes.
Right? If
Whitley
it's
was
shown
proven
from that
wrong, but Neo's not proven wrong.
Not yet. And so I think it would be strange, basically, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, based RWBY writer telling us no one's gonna come say us. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine if the RWBY writers were like, actually, no one is coming to save you. Like, that's fucked up.
Well, I feel like you're making it like that every time someone makes something bad happen to a character, they're telling you that's gonna happen to you. But it depends on what character it is. I'm just saying, like,
you know
you're kind of projecting a little. Like, you're kind of, not projecting, but you're
it's about the theme.
Making it a bigger deal than I think it needs to be.
Right,
the
but
whole,
I'm just
like,
saying,
you're
in
telling
terms
us
of
that nothing will be good.
Like, what is the theme? You know what I mean?
That Neo could be a tragic character, or she could be redeemed. We've already went through this.
I know, but I'm saying, like, that's what I'm thinking about it. Like, that's how I'm thinking about it in terms of the theme, not in terms of the, like, the canon of what is happening in the show. Like, how it's portrayed to the audience in the theme. You know?
I mean, yeah, I suppose so, but, like, anyway.
Especially if the heroes, like, I don't know. I feel like it depends on how it'll be contextualized later, but I feel like that if the heroes actually do want to save Neo from the cat, like Jean, it might be, I don't know, it'll be kind of fucked up if Jean failed to be the hero again after he's already failed to save people. Like, it makes more sense that they triumph this time, at least to me. You know?
I don't know, man. Like, I don't know.
Because
like,
then it's not about Neo. It's about Jean and like Weiss and RWBY to some extent.
Then it is about, well, because they're the main characters.
Yeah, and so it's framed in a way that it's not about like Neo needing to be rescued, but it needs to be a triumph for the hero characters.
So, sure.
But yeah, like
I don't know how forgiving they'd be of Neo.
I mean, I don't think that they need to be forgiving. It's just about their personal triumph. And they did forgive Emerald, but
Emerald killed those people.
I'm just reading the chat. I'm just saying, like, the personal triumph of separating Neo and the cat, that's, like, what it is. It's not about redeeming Neo. It's just for the hero's purpose. But yeah, I mean, I think, like, I guess since we're close to the end of the episode, we'll finish off and briefly, I guess, talk about theories, right? But, like, you guys are saying they will not try to save Neo? The cat, like, Jean tried to save Neo, right?
From the cat, yeah.
From the cat.
There's a possibility. I don't know if that's what they're doing.
You've lost something most important, haven't you? And now you have
He's
nothing
so creepy.
left.
His white design with the red mouth is so distressing. I hate it. I love it, but oh god.
And I think, like, they're doing that same eye thing they did, like, when RWBY was really stressed and
Emerald is adorable.
And traumatized. But yeah, like, I thought, like, I feel like even with this shot, they're making a comparison between RWBY looking at the Jabberwocker and Neo looking at the cat as well.
Also, the Vor thing is so creepy of him just...
But yeah, see, Jean, like, he tries. So
Neo really is the throat goat.
He's trying, right?
Look at that.
Yeah, this was so fucked up.
Her eyes are going in different directions. That's so nightmarish.
But you can't leave her like that. But yeah, see, I like that.
So body horror. I love it.
I like that Jean did this. I'm proud of you, Jean. Rare Jean W. on this day that Jean tried to save Neo. Because I hope that'll happen. Like, I hope that is what they will try to do.
Guys, I think the cat is evil.
It's not even, like, about saving Neo. It's just about, like, does anyone deserve this? Like, I wouldn't wish this on anyone. You know what I mean? But yeah, this is so fucked, too. How, the cat says, oh, the rusted night. Goodness, I'm tired of your little sob story. You can't even accept your own futility. This body will do. And this is so fucked to hear. So it doesn't sound like that there are, that it's Casey's voice
or
overlaid.
Someone doing Neo's voice.
Yeah. So here's what I think, because people did notice there was like dual dialogue. What I think happened here is that they had Robbie Damon's voice lines and they also pitched it up higher and then underlaid that, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, they put it underneath for the effect. I don't think it's Casey. I think it's just Robbie Damon, and they did, like...
They put it in a voice effect.
Like, they put a pitch up and on one track, and then they had his regular voice.
And it was a great effect. I really love it. Also, so fucking creepy.
I would still smash.
Why?
I'm
with those teeth?
Yes.
You are gonna let that go down on you. That would be like going down on a ball of barbed wire.
I'd have to go down on her. She's in charge here. Don't you think?
I mean, but like, if she's in charge and she wants to go down, like, that's not...
But yeah, guys, I don't think Neo's dead. I think that they would have done...
I didn't think you were into
a bit more if Neo was dead, you know what I mean?
Oh, man. Yeah, probably. Oh, that's so creepy. It's very Pennywise, it's very Rictus, pointy grin.
I have water up my nose reading the chat. Where do you draw the line?
Does this make...
Hey, I have wanted the cat to be human for the entire time, just because I find Robbie Damon so hot. Now...
The voice, or
yeah,
what does he look like?
Robbie Robbie Damon, like his voice. I find Robbie Damon's voice so attractive.
You mentioned how you feel about it, Ketchy.
So I have wanted this cat to be human for a long time. Like, I thought that this cat was a person, right? Back when we thought that, like, Alex and Lewis were older, because obviously now it's like, Lewis is a kid, right? And so that's, like, not... But when we thought that Lewis was older, and he was the cat, and that he could be turned back into a human, I was like... So I'm just saying, I was begging for the cat to be human. And now the cat is human. So I think it's okay. You know?
Yeah. I just cannot get over you going down on that. Because the second you mentioned that, like, that's not escaping my head.
I'm just saying. Like,
Head?
Robbie Damon is too attractive to be playing anthropomorphic animal character.
Yeah. Demons, or however you want to describe this. Very pointy.
Yeah, and John's like, I think this
your little cat face! Oh, that's so cute! Her little cat face! Gosh,
that was great.
Oh, look at my baby. Okay, I love it. Yeah, I love hybrid.
I'm sorry. I think she's hot. Like, I'm sorry. You can come at me if you want, but I think all we would have to do is change the eyes to be like...
You'd fuck
like the pink and brown instead of the... But yeah.
You'd let her slide.
Yeah. Blindfold her. Just, we don't need to
I thought she was going to be in charge. No, you're blindfolding
I'm just saying.
First alive.
But yeah. And so then all the little...
I love how it's her pink plus the Curious Cat's purple and cyan. That a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of in the outro too. Like in the OP, yes. I mean. And so I guess this was sort of foreshadowed in a way. Because they are...
Intermingled? Wow, we really do. We are tired. We do need to stream. Intermingled. Yes. Intertwined. Perhaps.
Into the shot. But yeah. And so you see Blake and Yang.
Huddling in pain.
And then the tree. Okay. So very quickly. Because I know Hunter wants to go home.
I just hungry, and I have like family members at my house that I need to say
I'll set a 10-minute timer, and that's all that we have for today. So if we go over 10 minutes, we'll have to talk about it in a next video. Okay?
I loved this. Like 10 out of 10.
10
Amazing
out of 10.
Episode.
Like people thought I would be upset or something. I'm not upset. I'm the happiest person alive right now.
Happy, horny, healthy.
People
here
are like,
for it.
Oh, you know, Cal's gonna be sad because, you know, Neo is the cat now. I'm not sad. Even if Neo did die, which I do think is the least interesting outcome, even if she died, this would have been worth it. This entire episode was worth it. Seeing Roman again was worth it. Billy Kesmet was worth it. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing his name wrong, by the way. I haven't heard it, like, verbally, so I'm terrible with stuff like that, like reading things phonetically. So, here's what I think. I do think that all of Team RWBY will drink the tea. There are extra teacups in the room.
Oh,
they will all drink the tea in order to go get them.
Okay.
I think that is, like, a certainty at this point. Because there are, like, a lot of extra teacups, and they also had focus on those teacups. So I think everyone will drink the tea to go get RWBY. To go get RWBY. And it seems like the cat and Neo are also going to the tree. So I think that there's just going to be this big everyone to the tree, and we finally see what the tree is, and we'll probably get, like, some of RWBY and the blacksmith and RWBY and Little with the blacksmith.
I have a theory that instead of that we're going to see, because they've been hinting Summer a lot, so I think that in RWBY gaining her purpose again, she's going to meet Summer again. Or meet her mother and have a conversation with her mother. And maybe it's the blacksmith. Yeah. But I also had the theory that the blacksmith was the god of light, and then the cat's the god of, which isn't true anymore because the cat seems to dislike. But alternatively, I think that would be really cool. I'd also love if Summer was voiced by Lindsay Jones, but them just doing their regular voice. Because not like as much a character voice like they do with RWBY. I think that would be great. Just
drinking the tea doesn't mean you ascend. Because
you also need to lose
that Neo has been drinking it, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that they just need to open the hole in the ground. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe. They just need to dive in there and all go get her, okay?
So they're going to fall through the world? Just like Alex fell through the world?
Well, they're going to go to the tree.
I guess so.
So, here's my prediction. Neo and Little get significant focus next episode. And it's all about, like, Ruby and her purpose, finding her purpose, all that sort of stuff.
Live, laugh, love.
After Ruby
eat, pray, love,
is, like,
get you a man.
Fixed or whatever, like, after Ruby's back to normal, they go fight the cat and get Neo back. Not because they want, not because they want to save Neo, but just because, like, Neo doesn't deserve, like, no one deserves that, and also, like, the cat wants to go back to Remnant, which could be a problem. So, in terms of, like, what I would predict, there's also the fact that we still don't know how Alex and Lewis got here, which needs to be addressed.
I think we'll, in the next 2 episodes, see Alex
still have
or
missing
Lewis or whomever.
Dialogue of, this is the story of a girl who had a lot of problems. Anyway, yeah.
Maybe John
So
goes back to
I
his
think
twink
that we
self,
need,
untwinked death.
like,
Who knows?
we definitely need the stuff that happens in the trailer that we haven't seen
Hey,
yet.
Oh my god, drink some water.
What
has happened in the trailer that we haven't seen yet? Other than
that
the Alex
dialogue.
conversation, yeah.
And some of the lines the blacksmith lady had. So
I think we will see the blacksmith again. I also think we might see Summer. Who knows? Maybe the
So
blacksmith
if
is
I had to
Summer.
predict the end of the show, I guess, or the end of the season,
Okay. Which I guess
It'd
we're
be
gonna do
that
again next episode.
they suck out Neo from the cat,
Yes.
and that Neo,
Or the cat from Neo.
yeah, and that Neo stays here in the Ever After, does not go back to Remnant, but they just kind of
Let her.
leave her alone. I don't think that she would ascend per se, unless we find out that ascension doesn't cause memory loss, because I think that defeats the purpose. Like, Neo needs to remember what she did and keep living, not forget. You know what I mean?
I have an idea that on the topic of transformation, I think that because Little wants to help Ruby as best they can, so I think it'd be interesting if Little, like, turned into, like, a humanoid faunist, like a mouse faunist.
Well, we have the theory that Little will become a door.
There's that. Well, you have that. I mean, which is a possibility because you said the door sleeps a lot and Little sleeps a lot.
So I think that
But I like the idea. I like the idea of, and Little would be like look like a faunus, but they'd have a mouse tail and mouse ears, so it would be like tricky.
Little
I don't want.
is going to ascend to be the door home. Like, that is what Little is going to be. Little is literally going to turn into the door because Little's purpose was to get Ruby home. And as Little was right now wasn't good enough. So now Little is going to be the door.
That makes sense.
So I
it's
think
a possibility.
Little
But what if it's like is it a literal door or is it more of a metaphorical door?
Like, it's a door.
So now we don't like metaphors?
Talking door Little. No, like, it's a door. Like a talking door. Like an actual door. You know what I'm saying? The door is already there? Well, we don't know that, right? So I think that Little will become door.
Sure.
Right? And that plays into the idea that, like,
I do want Little to be a person.
will be, like, Little is now going to be, like, better at doing.
But imagine Little becoming a hunter or huntress.
Doesn't the door already exist? But we don't know if it still exists. We don't know if it only existed in a temporary state. Whereas I feel like that Little will be a permanent gateway, like a little, permanent, like, this is connecting us forever now, instead of just temporarily.
If that's the case, then couldn't Neo just leave whenever she wanted?
Exactly. So that's sort of what I'm thinking, is that, like, Little becomes an actual door.
Do you think Jean's gonna survive?
Yeah, I think Jean's gonna be okay. Yeah, the dormouse, yeah. So Little becomes the door, and Ruby finds her purpose and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Ruby finds her purpose and whatnot.
Through the,
we probably have some Summer Rose in here.
I bet you we see Summer Rose's new cool outfit and also Summer Rose's weapon, probably.
They save Neo from the cat. Neo fucks off. They don't have, like an I'm sorry for killing Roman and I'm sorry for trying to kill all you. Like, there's not really an apology. I see it as, like, here's how I would picture it. Like, okay, so they get the cat and Neo separated, and, like, Neo's, like, passed out or something, and Team Ruby's like, what should we do with her? And they're just like, nothing. Why don't we just leave her here? Like, you know what I mean? Like, leave her here, but maybe like this would be interesting maybe for no one else but me, but I like the idea that Neo would like slowly get up, see that Team RWBY's leaving, and kind of like give them like a thumbs up or a nod, like thank you for saving me, right? Tips the hat, and then it crashes, like the illusion crashes, and she just disappears.
Oh, this is interesting.
So that's what do you think the reason why the Curious Cats hates John is because no matter what, he wouldn't break? Yeah, I think that's actually interesting.
Yeah, I like that.
I think that's interesting. I like that. Little may become something to keep the cat locked away. Well, that's interesting, I guess. But I still like the idea that Little's just door. Like, but yeah, I like the idea about John. Like, the cat has had John and tried, but it didn't work. Maybe that's also like the theory that like Jean was poisoned and stuff.
What if someone's suggesting, what if RWBY like gets a new outfit or like gets a new look?
We can't afford that.
Yeah, but
I know.
Yeah, but Aaron also said that like I couldn't hold if Pyrrha showed up in this volume, and they lied about that too. So like just saying, it's a possibility. It'd only be the one character, you know.
But yeah, it's a Neo redemption. Like it's not an apology. They're gonna apologize. They're just kind of gonna go their separate way. Like Neo's passed out. Team RWBY's like, yeah. Like, we don't really need, like, they're the heroes. They don't need revenge, right? So they just be like, well, you know, we saved her. We did our job. Saving people's what we do, no matter how bad they are, right? And then Neo would slowly get up, tip her hat, and she breaks and shatters into an illusion. And it's sort of left vague. Like, it's sort of left, like, we don't really know what happened to Neo after that. But, like, she tries to find a new purpose here in the Ever After. And then we get E.C. Myers's, like, instead of Roman holiday, it's like I don't know, like it's something ever after, like a play on happily ever after, but it's not like that exactly. Holiday ever after, I don't know, like a
Roman ever after,
like something like that, and then everyone goes home. But RWBY won't be RWBY anymore. But like we don't know that exactly. We don't know if Ascension actually erases memories for humans. We don't really know a lot, right? So
and also like. Little died. Little didn't lose their purpose. So I feel like it would be slightly different for them. Yeah.
Then we find out how Alex and Lewis got there. We find out Alex is Juniper, and we all go home.
Yes.
And that's it. So I think that that's all we have for today. We will definitely make some individualized videos over the course of the week.
Yes.
But this was 10 out of 10. No notes.
Excellent.
No complaints.
Well, we had about 4 hours of notes, but...
No notes in a bad way. Like, no criticism. Nothing.
Everything is good.
I'm sorry for the RWBY.
You're gonna be staring at the photo of Roman.
Pictures of Roman Torchwick onto my phone. Goodbye. Good night.
We're gonna get a Roman real doll. We're gonna have a good time. Roman blow up doll.
Check out my fan fiction. Goodbye.